Hello, 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 everyone. Oh, welcome on in to some more tyranny, which, feels similar to the Sultan's game, but, it ain't at all. We're just still dealing with tyrants and having to do their bidding. Where exactly did we last leave off? The assault on the Citadel. We got no missives. All we have is the assault on the Citadel left. And we also have Discord. Still broken. Not putting me into streamer mode. Despite me having OBS up. Ayah. Ayah.
I knew you would come. You must
Thanks for
feel
coming.
as I do the connection between us.
I got it.
Who is the merchant here? Oh, right, it's up here. You've coke to the plant? Fuck. Come? Well, generally you fuck then come, yes. Yeah, don't worry, you can come. Better to come in the sink than sink in the cum. It's true. So true. Alright, how much? We got a lot of monies. We can get her some slightly improved armor. Better to bow to the plant than, you forgot the rest. Good, good, good. And we're off to Never, Never Land. Oh, have we not looted that? Shatter an iron spalter? Fair enough, kinda useless. Speak for thigh. Oh. So we do have to be here. If I was in here. There. The eve of the battle is upon us. Ready yourself for the siege of Vindrian's Well. With the edict looming, there is no turning back. The chorus is brave and fearless, but it lacks order. If we lose discipline and tarry on our march, or falter in our siege, the edict will kill us before the Oathbreakers, or the disfavored, have the chance. An offer, Fatebinder. March with us? Add your strength to our tide of blades? The mob could learn from your example, and your prowess would certainly inspire. I have some other questions. What's your role? While the whole of the chorus remains loyal to the voices of Nerat, I am truly the most loyal, oh, so loyal, of his numerous warriors. He's a Crimson Spear, part of the Archon's inner circle. Dozens of the strongest gang bosses answer to him, and from there the orders trickle down to the rest of the army. I am the Archon's martial retainer and humble servant. I am his eyes and his ears, but also his mouth, for I speak with his authority when he is absent. He twirls his flanged spear in his hand, and I am his killing edge when the rabble is moved to war. Did you ask for this honor? I did not have to. The voices of Nerat saw the need inside of me through his arcane ministrations, burnt away the clinging, cloying parts of me that foolishly resisted his enlightenment. Shonkel Streamer instantly bottomed it even day later. Disgusting as I may find this creature, the Fifth Eye is not the only one who has suffered changes in the service of this war. No indeed, you ironclad behemoth. He looks Barracum down with interest. Have you ever considered jumping ship and enlisting with the chorus? With strength like yours, we could have you leading a decorated gang in your first week. If I ever jumped ship, it would only be to sink to the bottom of the waves, beyond the reach of you and your parasite of an Archon. Good thing you mentioned loyalty twice. Now I'm really convinced. Fifth Eye stares at you, arms folded. He says nothing. Are all of the Crimson Spears as odd as you? I will not ask you to speak of the other Fatebinders, and I will not speak for the other Crimson Spears. He's odd as fuck because he's an eye, not because he's a Crimson Spear. The Spears are a cold, determined bunch. Eyes are a breed apart, owning a fraction of the Archon of Secret's madness. When did you take the vows of the chorus? Unlike most of the conscripts here, I did not need a cudgel against the head to see the wisdom of the Archon of Secrets. I proudly joined the chorus in its nascent days, left my home in Bastard City to join with the incoming chorus. The rest is glory and history. These days, you follow the chorus or die. We who chose the path and killed to defend our place are the old guard. Even if it's been 2 or 3 years, the chorus has a short memory. Can you tell me about the Ascension Hall? At the center of Ventrian's Well, at the base of the mountain spire, he points to northeast, where the spire cuts a vertical line rising above all of the mountains in the horizon. There's a small fortification. Ascension Hall is the name of the Citadel's inner council chamber. We had left a garrison when this valley was first taken, in 429, with the Citadel being their base of operations. When the Oathbreakers staged their revolt, the garrison at Ascension Hall was defeated. It makes sense that Kyrus' edict would demand that we burn this rebellion back to its point of origin. Who's the strongest in your camp? I am, naturally, says Verse. Well, the Archon is, without question, the mightiest in camp. Death Knell is the master trainer here, and she's almost tough enough to take me. She's a biter. Don't tell her I told you that. But she can be trusted to fight and lead. And while her humility is lacking, Verse is correct. She's been running with the Furies even longer than Death Knell. Too bad that skill and puissance did nothing to save her sisters. What happened to her sisters? No, sounds like you're insulting my friend here. Did I detect a hint of fighting words in your voice? Then I must have spoken in error. I meant no offense. I wished only to convey that Verse is a true survivor, an embodiment of the kind of grit the chorus reveres. What do you know of this favored commander? Iron Marshal Arenos is a doting warrior, just like the Archon of War. She's one of the few select disfavored, cautious and cowardly enough to be trusted with the Archon's iron toddlers. No doubt her primary qualifications include being related to Ash. The Legion's a little big into its pedigree, if you catch my drift. Keep insulting my commander and I'll slap that mask off your face. Not that I'm eager to see what's inside. Fifth Eye, are we here to cooperate or to snap at each other at every turn? I suppose that depends on where you're standing, illustrious Fatebinder. The Fifth Eye bows. Not all of us enjoy the privilege of lawful objectivity. Some of us have had to endure these cretins and their pitiful excuse of a war. Enough. The Fatefinder's here because these debates have stayed our hands for too long. Say what you would of the Iron Marshal, if only so we can part ways and be done with this siege. Finally at loyalty one with Barrick. Although I am loath to speak highly of her, I cannot deny she is a brilliant swordsman, and the other disfavored seem to take her seriously, despite the serious stick that's propped up her backside. I can't have a new conversation. Is there a reliable quartermaster peddler in camp? Snigler Dagos. He's wise enough to not steal from you, and he'll only cheat you a little bit. He's right over there. But he has the important honor of arming, trying to arm, all the merry little conscripts. So don't expect Kyros's armory or anything. I will lead the vanguard. As I suspected, the call of glory sings to your heart's tune. The fifth eye claps his bloody gloves together. The camp will mobilize soon. We will meet at the staging grounds of the citadel. This will be a glorious hunt, dear Fatefinder. Something to tell the children. To the citadel! Three-and-a-half-hour walk.
I can see the fifth eye, that wretched creature.
He stands to the east of us. Glory to the voices of Narat! The fifth eye salutes you, his masked face glancing nervously in all directions, despite the rest of his body's otherwise confident posture. The mustering song is nearly complete. Soon comes the canticle of slaughter, and we will need the strong, he jabs a finger towards you, to rise up and lead. By custom, you are judge, jury, and executioner. Today, we must ask you to take on the last and most sublime of your sacred duties. The best bluff is often the most obvious. The fifth eye points a bloody finger toward the main gate of the citadel. We charge for the gate, right into the Oathbreaker's doorstep. The horde should bring the defenders surging to the inside of the gate. Then, we unleash our magic. Fire and panic will claim the Oathbreakers. The more concentrated the defenders, the better. What of the disfavored? Our scouts report Iron Legionaries moving in the area. It's obvious they have the same goal as we do. They are just a step ahead, it would seem. Make no mistake, the Oathbreakers will be a minor inconvenience. The foul disfavored will be the more worthy challenge. We must stay alert. What can we expect of the Oathbreakers? The Vendrian Guard will flail vigorously on their way out, but it will be for naught. In the dilemma between courage and overwhelming numbers, never wager on courage. The fifth eye gestures east. We are more concerned by the disfavored's presence. They are likely waiting for us to engage with the enemy, so that they might surround us while occupied. Given that the edict compels us forward, we have a rousing melee ahead of us. I'm ready. Let's do this. Our blood chanters are readying a conflagration that should take that gate off its hinges, but at the same time, the Oathbreaker mages are warding the gate with protective magic. He points to northwest. If I need someone to scale the wall and kill the mages maintaining the ward, if I send these unwashed pukes, their corpses will clog the parapets. This task requires your strength. If you're wounded in battle, come see me at once and I will tend to the bleeding, though my methods do nothing for the pain. Quickly send an arrow over there.
On it. On it.
Loot. Trap detected. Okay. Oh, I haven't rested, so I can't do Death from Above yet. Burning arrow still on cooldown. Alright. Let's get you doing the iron tolling. No, the Clash of Iron.
Take me if you can!
Alright, strike that one down if you can. Unleash a quick quill strike that way. And then we'll see if we can get a flurry of blows off.
I'm not dead.
Stop resisting! Okay, we need to back away. Nope, nope, back away. Actually, no, I don't need to back away. I need Warrior's Respite. Another potion. So my health just keeps dropping.
Ready?
And then just auto battle.
That section of the wall looks suitable for climbing.
Ah, got it.
Tier forged bronze spear. And climb wall. And then fire
I'm on it.
arrow.
Your days.
I'll go that way.
We should
You
try that again.
compel their attacks.
Take that!
Let's knock the target prone. And then unleash a stab. That's better.
Wait, I did that? Nice!
go. Take all the tings. Loot, please, thank y'all. They've scaled the walls! My company, fall back to the Ascension Hall. There was something else there in the text, but I couldn't read it. The rest of you, hold the courtyard.
Sorry, I can't.
They won't see me coming.
Consider it done. Sorry, can't do. Apologies, but I can't do it.
Alright, you... Flaming arrow over there. You taunt to both of them. And I... shall run over there.
Coming!
And get a cleave off.
Feast my iron!
Flurry of blows, the one in the back there. Skewer, the one in the front.
This isn't working.
I need to try a different weapon.
Okay, you get to go over there now. And striking iron. That one. Can I cleave and hit both? I can. Fantastic. Skewer that one. And you get both of those with a lightning spell.
As you command.
Oh no, it's a quick one. Don't want to do.
Attention, kids.
The
You
healing
might
is still
learn
on
something.
cooldown.
I knew you.
Hey Aqua!
must
How's it
feel
go?
as I do the connection between
And thank you for the
us.
hydrate. I shall do just that. How you doing? Protection on the gates down, and it's fireballs. Keep your plant nice and healthy. Oh hey! The disfavored. Stand aside. Ascension Hall is ours alone for the taking. The Fifth Eye swings his spear in broad arcs as he roars in his crackling tenor. Withdraw at once, before you feel the weight of 1,000 coarse blades and bludgeons. No sooner would a family of maggots beat a pack of wolves, but his favorite commander beckons the Scarlet Chorus forward. Come, I'll take you 5 at a time, just to make things fair. So, about the edict. Time is of the essence. You head into the keep. I've been waiting a long time to run my spear through a disfavored heart. I hope Graven Ash can feel it. I didn't get to loot. Maybe I can loot later. They're here. They've breached the perimeter. They breached the perimeter. They're in the keep. Whistling a shrill warning signal, the Oathbreaker falls back deeper into the keep.
At your service, Fatebinder.
First load of 3. At your service, Fatebinder. First bows with the natted flourish.
What do you need?
What do you think of those who defy Kairos' authority? The Tearsmen can either fight or submit to Kairos' peace. But only one of those options captures my interest. I suppose I appreciate when they go down fighting. If they did otherwise, I would need to find another excuse to flay them. They need to understand, whether you unify the Tears under a shared banner or at the bottom of a mass grave, makes little difference to you, me, or Kairos. That's an interesting view of the conquest. It's a pragmatic one, anyway. The Scarlet Chorus caught on to the idea at the beginning of the campaign. If no one objects that we're here to carve a bloody path for gain and amusement, then by all accounts, that is our purpose. Besides, unification is such a vague concept that Kairos allows the disfavored and the Chorus to interpret it as they will. The Overlord is concerned with results. I'm happy to focus on the details, especially if that means cutting off a farmer's legs while his family watches their land burn. She smiled at a pleasing memory. No shame in taking pleasure in your work. No, there isn't. Fatebinder, I suspect we were going to make something great together. A line of bodies stretching as far as the old walls. It's going to be beautiful. She looks at you with renewed interest. Almost to your 4 loyalty. Did you fight at any notable battles? I spent some time in Azir towards the end of the war. Beastmen ripped my unit apart. We thought they might be working under Karen's orders, but we never found out for sure. Langtry stops astride, darting his hands about his bandolier belt as he softly mouths off a mental inventory of his inks and quills. When at last assured his possessions are in place, he looks up at you with a smile. What might I do for you? I'll need to know more about you if you can travel with me. An understandable request. Let's see. Born in thunder, no kids. What few longings of fatherly love I've got in my heart are satisfied by taking care of carrier birds. Learned my sigils and spells about 30 years back, and being able to defend myself has opened a life of field study. And haven't grown tired of the wandering just yet. I've written on all manner of subjects. Magic, birds, language, geometry, but my main focus has been chronicling. I find there's no finer pursuit than recording the events of our times. There will always be legends of what happened. Someone ought to be making note of the real thing. Aside from that, I don't know. I practice centering stance, draw portraits, make my own inks, and have a sharp aversion to autobiography. About as boring as watching coral grow. Tell me about your work with the Oathbreakers. The Vendrian Guard has several noble born in their ranks, and they know their letters. Problem is, they've come from noble houses scattered across the realms, each with their own private script. That's where the sages and I come in. Between us, we're familiar enough with all the regional scripts to translate and coordinate. But translating is child's play, so I might have helped out a bit more. The old citadel at the center of the valley is a crumbling affair, and there's no time for proper construction. It seemed a crime not to put my magic to work.
You must feel as I do the connection between us.
What did What did you learn of their plans in your time there? It won't surprise you to know their strategy is largely non-existent. They cling to the hope that their example will inspire others in the tiers to come to the valley and join the cause. The recent inaction between the Archons has emboldened them. Some even think the Archons fear the Ventrian Guard. I'm sure they have it quite wrong. Hope the stream's been kind? I mean, so far. What else can you tell me about the Oathbreakers and their forces? The Vendrian Guard surrendered back in 429, and while a lot of them were conscripted in the chorus, 3 of the leaders, Captains Ari, Matani, and Florian, never turned themselves in. Instead, they hid in the valley, gathering up what resources they could until they could challenge the local garrison. At highest count, earlier in the year, they numbered over 400, and their ranks swollen by soldiers of Haven and Azure that survived the war. They are a dying breed, these Oathbreakers. Most in the tiers have finally come to realize that Kairos has already won. And before you ask, as a connoisseur of the inevitable, I have made peace with the Oathlord and bow to his might. So how'd you wind up a prisoner of the chorus? I had to send some missives, and that meant getting to a clearing where my turns and doves might find me. The patrol with me was ambushed by the Scarlet Chorus. I tried to flee the scene, but some youngster tackled me and, well, out of one fire into another. That's been a running theme this year. Let me ask something else. Tell me about your magic. Oh, I don't much like to brag about things like that. Can you teach me anything? Sure. I can show you how to blend your own inks, train birds to think they're their mom, how to turn a goat into parchment, but I'm sure you'd prefer to learn some magic. If the school of ink and quill still mattered, I'd maybe be more tight-lipped, but if we're going to travel together, you should know how to mend wounds, especially if I'm killed. I know the edict still looms, but if you have a few hours, I could show you the basics of healing magic, or at least how I learned it. I would be honored to learn a little of what you know. Rummaging through his satchels, the sage produces a long quill and a crumpled piece of parchment. With 7 quick strokes of the quill, he inks a pattern on the page. We'll start with the first principles. Hey DJ, I'm doing well. When mending wounds and easing pain, we invoke the magic of the orphan midwife, Archon of Rebirth. By invoking her sigil, we channel her mastery, however briefly, through our hands. Now trace the sigil, following the lines in the order I sketched them. Since this isn't your first cantrip, I'll move a little quickly, but I think you can keep up. Lantry walks you through the countless repetitions of the signing of the mystic sigil. For hours, you wave your hands in the air to no effect, until at last, you sign the pattern in the air, to feel a rush of power in your veins. Yay! 5 control life skill ranks. And so, if you need to heal pain as opposed to purge an infection, you move your hand like so. But, you know, that's enough for now, and I think the rest you can figure out on your own. I'm not asking you to brag, I'm asking you to tell me what you can do. My major areas of focus have been preservation, concealment, and healing. Arts that have served me well in this newfound life as a peripatetic prey animal. The sages study all kinds of magic, but as a chronicler, I wanted magic that would help me see more, archive more, protect objects of historical value. Seeing as I feel like an old relic in need of some protection, my skills suit me well. Well, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Ooh. Might have some sound for the good pedal redeem. Yeah, you right. Might be a good idea. Also, you redeeming it while I'm in the middle of all this reading, Zorbeltis. While I'm in the middle of all this reading. Aren't you such an impatient pedal, Zorbeltis? Needing me to call you such a good pedal while I'm reading paragraphs of text? Shouldn't you know better? There.
You look as if you have something on your mind. By all means.
Loyalty 1. He actually
What can I
likes
do
me a
for
little
you?
bit. Also, happy birthday, Zopeltis. You are still impatient about it, getting me while in the middle of all this reading. But thank you for reminding me. Would you like to discuss removing your armor? He looks at you for a very long time. His expression is unreadable as ever.
Though we are encouraged to couple and mate within the Legion, I don't consider you one of my cohorts. I think I'll decline.
I wasn't talking about sex, Barrick.
You weren't? Forgive me. It's been some time since anyone made an advance, and I'm long out of practice, as you can see.
He knocks on his iron codpiece with a resounding clang.
Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the time being. When the war is over, perhaps Tunon will lend me one of his forge-bound. Until then, here I remain. My armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart, where thousands of others lost their lives. So you can see why I continue to wear it. For the time being, we will not be separated.
Do you even want it removed? I would not speak of this now, Fatebinder. Please, consider the topic closed. As your commander, I am concerned about the state of your uniform. Damn it. You are right to be concerned. My apologies that you needed to pull rank. It was wrong of me to withhold information. I don't need to tell you that the suit of junk is a literal pain in my ass. Half broken, smelling of a midden, and perpetually jabbing my side with some Kairos be damned caltrop. These dusty plates may not be up to standard, but they serve the disfavored well enough on the battlefield, if only to intimidate the enemy. Better for me to endure this condition than to shirk an advantage. Considering that I wore this as I marched across the bones of Stalwart that was, my burden growing heavier with each step. I have no desire to leave it behind. It's a lesson, a reminder, and yes, a prison, but all of those things make it something more. It's an armor fastened in ideas. Lantry mutters to himself soberly and commits a few words to his manuscript. These plates have something of me in them. They are as wicked as a bramble patch, as stubborn as a fortress, and hopelessly flawed. At present, removing my armor is not an option. If that ever changes, I suspect that the tiers will tremble with the impact of my collapsing fortification. What a day that will be. Alright. Well, I've talked to everyone. And we spent a few hours just standing here.
Send me your...
Yes.
We got some level ups in the middle of fight here. Verse. Why don't you gain a point for health? And then go and get yourself... Oh, lethal opening. Counterattack enemies that miss her in melee combat? No, increased weapon damage. I will nab increased accuracy. basic attack strike multiple times. Yeah, let's grab that one. We also have a new sigil for healing, and a missive. Claire, the Archons inform me that the recapture of the Citadel from Vindrian insurrectionists continues apace. That they wrote me separately of their divergent tactical intentions engenders no small concern, but I trust now in your efforts. May your good judgment see you through the coming confrontation with glory and success, and back to the safety of our court. From Tunon. The Archons inform me that the recapture... As always, your words fortify me against the imminent difficulty and strife. I eagerly anticipate returning to your hall. A reasonable discussion of the Overlord's legal code appeals greatly after the discord of this campaign. Oh, I guess I sent it. I didn't intend to actually send that. I tried to hit back, but I guess I hit send. Okay.
Our time together has not gone to waste.
Oh, well, he leveled up now. Let's get him up to 10 on that. And Sentinel. Flash of Iron bolsters the strength of nearby allies, giving them a bonus to armor. Oh no, Defender's Watch, absolutely. I need to take less damage. Because I keep getting, smacked the hell up. The rust. Cleaved hit all of them. Take a slight step over there so Barrett can get in there. Iron Tolling. Target's compelled to attack Barrett for a short time.
Flawless!
And another cleave. Count stab.
Hey, you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
And go ahead and launch a fire or something.
It's a hit!
Oh, we have some more things to loot. Engine guard, wrapped weaponry and armor. Not gonna bother reading anything more about it. Got a tier forged bronze spear. No one's really using a spear at the moment. But it's kind of what I've been handing off to her, at least. Compare. Tier forged bronze spear versus the javelin. Oh, this is just one-handed, it's not a throwing. Okay. It's got the Vindrian Guard heavy bronze greaves. Which has more armor but less recovery and less reflection and less disengagement defense than the light leather boots. So lot of crap. Understood. Bronze tower shield. Compare that against the bronze tower shield. They're the same. Studded iron gorget. Parrying. Hey, you're wearing a bunch of armor. How about you wear a little more armor? Thanks.
Time to lighten my step.
Alright, electricity. Blood-soaked stone.
I'm not here.
My iron!
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
Ooh, big spot. And that guy ain't long for this world.
I got it.
Ooh, opal and chalcedony. Drowsy drop. Some grain. Another year of you being blessed by the Skolgra. Skolgra. One of those. One of those pronunciations was somewhat correct. Correct enough.
I'm not here to make friends.
All knocked prone and poisoned.
Bastard, aren't you? Count on it.
Skewer the mage. Skewer the mage.
All before me.
I never had a chance. Not happening.
Looting time. Scroll. Read the scroll. Sigil of Force.
Stepping lightly.
Iron tolling. Well, it's only a single enemy, so just iron banging. I'm gonna take that archer out. That one's a sage. Let's take out the Outrunner. They seem to be potentially weaker. Unless I'm just completely misreading it, which I could be.
Well struck.
Skewer that one.
You got it.
Go back to fighting that one.
This is useless. I should.
Titan's Touch.
Try something else!
Heals the Fate Iron with Surge of Restorative Energy. Yeah, let's use that. Then Thrust.
I will aid you. My insides.
Stop getting distracted. You're fighting that one. I'm fighting that one. And he's down for the count.
For the queen!
Go distract that one. Use the Scarlet Poison.
On your knees, worm!
Then apply the poison over there.
Can't do that.
And cleave. Clash of Iron on both
Someone
of them.
staunch my bleeding.
They never had a chance.
Ready?
Bunch of Iron Toll that one.
Oh, got dark all of a sudden.
And we'll deal with both of them being down in a moment.
Will
Blow
do.
blows. And then a stab. And then some looting. And we'll check that newly acquired stuff. We got Iron Greatsword. Bronze Falx. How does this fine greatsword compare? A lot more damage, still slash pierce. Recovery's the same. Accuracy is down by 2, but armor penetration's up by 4. About half a second longer recovery. But you know, it still nets more in the same range. So I think that's actually good, yeah. Let us use that now. Also, Avenging Guard light bronze armor. And then more of the heavy bronze boots. The Tenderizer. Also prank. Extra bonus damage for every 1% missing health. Oh.
I got it.
Defender's Watch, that's timing out. Everyone's hitting full health. Defender's Watch just gonna keep running out and restarting. I see. And they're wounded, so need rest. Or to clear wounds.
Sorry, I can't.
I feel like there's a missing room right here.
Can't do that.
But whatever. Another revive item in a quick slot? I might. So, you are the vanguard of Kairos' conquest? Not as tall as I imagined, but we can't all choose our executioners. Already, word of our defiance spreads throughout the lands. You're 7 kinds of stupid if you think our war ends here. Before you stands Captain Tarkus Ari, de facto leader of the dwindling Ventrian Guard. Short, sunburned, and agitated even when standing still, her body is a compact sculpture of muscle and bone. Her face is short on symmetry, thanks to the scars and dents of a dozen brushes with death. Though your lives will certainly end here in Ascension Hall, she chortles, pointing upward to the ceiling, its stone arches somehow supporting the massive weight of the spire overhead. Consider yourself fortunate. Some of the finest rulers of Apex met death by duel in this hallowed hall. Truly, there's no finer place to settle an intractable feud. Sisters, brothers, Ari looks back to her cadre of soldiers with a solemn nod. It has been a privilege to lead, and an honor to share in your final days. Taking a deep breath, she turns to you, waiting silently. Subterfuge 43, Bluff. I'm but the first of your problems. The chorus and the disfavored are right behind me. And the one thing they have in common is a hatred of you. Or Lore 43, Bluff. You bring a lot of magic to fight directly beneath the spire. Trying to bury us all? Just what sort of inbred fool are you? Or Athletics 43, brandish your weapon menacingly. You've had so many chances to surrender. I have orders to make this excruciating and slow. Let's go with the magic Bluff. That's a risk I'm willing to take. The sage to her side emits a nervous cough and glances up with a concerned gaze. After a short moment of hesitation, the sage runs for the exit. Get back here, Ari shouts at the fleeing sage, but to no avail. What was I thinking, bringing cowardly scribes to a sword fight? Eb was right about the lot of you. Sisters, brothers, Ari looks back and repeats this think again. What did you hope to gain from your rebellion? Nothing that we haven't already gained. Our pride, our dignity. These things you can never take from us. She smiles, her eyes distant for a moment. The Vendrian Guard could never stand against all of Kairos' forces, but we can teach others to resist. And maybe you'll run out of soldiers before we run out of stubbornness. But I doubt it. You already use Kairos' currency, speak the language. Military control is a formality. But that's... Ari stammers, swatting the air. That's just sophistry. Kairos speaks our language, not the other way around. Besides, that proves nothing other than common history. But the Fatebinder is saying that Kairos is not just one enemy, but a massive force that can reach you even in times of peace. Armies and edicts are just 2 of the bloodier ways Kairos can control you. Seems your uprising amounted to nothing but dead kinsmen. What would it taking Ventrian's well cost you? How many disfavored corpses rust in the valley? How many choirmen fell to our blades? How goes the endless battle at the Blade Grave while you deal with us here? Ari laughs, wincing as she clutches her side. And tell me, are the Archons unified in victory? Did the armies bond in camaraderie over our deaths? Our stand here is the first of her problems. You've traded your kinsmen to slow the inevitable, nothing more. We demonstrated that the armies of Kairos could be shamed by stubborn peasants. The Overlord's empire is vast, his armies numerous, Is magic unstoppable? Yet it cannot destroy our fighting spirit. Hardly the show of force I'd expect from a truly fearsome overlord. I hope that argument keeps you warm in the emptiness of the void, guardsman. Any last words? Yes. Tell the voices of Nerat we are most thankful for his aid. We would not have made it this far without his support. Ebb, Honor Guard, Tarkasari, and the Ancient Archer. Let's see if we can't get all of them. You death from above. Greater renewal? How long will that last? For a minute? That should be fine.
Send them at me in waves! Are you afraid of death?
Let's just unleash everything we can. Take down someone first.
Too old for this.
I don't much mind who, but someone. On weapon crit. Causes poison. Alright, Lantry leveled up in this fight. Good, good, good. Did upgrade his resolve or upgrade his wits? Yeah, let's upgrade wits. And then get him another point in gifted healer, probably. Yeah. Wait, no, Watcher's Judgment. Will interrupt them. No, let's go with Gifted Healer for now. Get the next tier of that. And Sigil of Force, but we didn't build any spells for it. That's fine. Lantry, use Quicken.
Command!
Harsh work. Cause more harm than this useless weapon.
Lantry, I would like you to try to disengage.
Ready for another? Fall before me! On it.
There we go, and yes, you run over there. Excellent. Oh, not dead. Just kneeling.
Sorry, can't do that.
Lightning!
Damn.
and the choirmen come in. You worthless gnats. We may die, but others will follow our example. Mark my words. The captain coughs up blood. Crush them! Crush them all! The Fifth Eye's battle cry falls flat as he surveys the room littered with Ventrian guard bodies. Now that's how it's done, Fatebinder. I should be angry you denied me a scalp or two, but I ought to thank you for saving us the trouble. Betray Alliance. Now you have arrived? I shed blood to take Ascension Hall, this place, the spire, the valley. It's mine. All of you, be gone. Forge an independent path through the tears. Yes. Yes. This place is mine. You two can't stop bickering constantly. Actually, can I drop a save? I cannot. Now you arrive. Kairos' pawns divide in victory. Priceless. You'll call pretty plants mommy? Calm yourself, Fatebinder. The Scarlet Chorus is not your enemy. But the way you're talking, sounds like you want things to change. Do we have a problem here? This is long overdue. I want this Fatebinder served up in 5 or more pieces. Attack!
Trouble is afoot.
I'll grade a renewal in a second, actually. Now grade a renewal.
My nose! No!
And da-da-da-da.
Consider it done.
You don't have anything in your quick stuff available. This is almost ready. Provided you could stay alive long enough to use it.
feel
And the answer is, no.
pain.
That's how it's done.
Let's have it then.
Stop being frightened.
Pull yourself together!
You pull yourself together.
How did I miss that?
Right, battle stance. Red Geyser. Less dodge, bonus damage to next attack, equal to 50% damage received from attackers, and less parry. 3 Whispers, extra dodge, 4 10 accuracy. I thought that's actually a good stance for you. You just have phalanx, extra armor. Hey, V. Well, come on in.
Grovel before me!
And I have forged my independent path. The clatter and madness of combat has finally ceased. Ascension Hall is, for a moment, tranquil. In spite of her wounds, gained wrath with everyone, Ari is laughing, holding her guts together while a steady trickle of blood seeps between her fingers. You have doomed us and handed the tears to Kairos. I hope you and all the other pillaging whores choke on your victory. Major wrath with everyone. This is just as the voices of Nerat warned. Never. The chorus commander pauses to cough, slightly lifting his mask to spit several teeth to the floor. Ever trust a servant of the law. Even if this is my end, know that the chorus will make you regret this betrayal. With the words of defeat, the burning hum you've heard in your head for days on end tapers off into nothing. Your mind returns to a state of quiet you have not felt since before you proclaimed the edict upon Vindrian's well. I lay claim to Ascension Hall. Let us be free of this edict. You feel a tug in your chest as a warm energy begins to form around you. Before you know it, you feel as if you are lighter than air. I'm the Avatar. Uwu? Uwu? Everyone alive in the room just teleported. To the top of the tower? Reached maximum wrath with a faction. I reached max wrath with some faction. I don't know which one. But yeah, we're getting teleported to the top of the tower, it looks. Hey, Zoe. Gain control of the mountain spire in Vindrian's well. You blink away the last of the luminescent trails in your field of vision. The masonry of Ascension Hall is replaced with wide open space in every direction, save for the slab of ancient stone beneath your feet. High winds shove you, pushing you off balance. The air is cool and thin, unsatisfying to your lungs. Is this? Lantry looks out of their horizon, wide-eyed with excitement. Yes, this must be the spire. When was the last time? Lantry's eyes look down over the ledge. Dumbstruck by the vertical plunge, Lantry backs away from the edge. I may need to retch. This is certainly a change. The wind ruffles the feathers in your hair, and Verse quickly smooths them down. A damn cold change. She peers over the edge. Think I could land on my feet if I jumped? Not that it would matter for long. Kairos, be merciful. What now? Barrick spins around on his feet, looking about, trying to take in as much as he can through the narrow visors of his helmet. Every way you look, mountains rise up along a distant horizon. The rivers and forests below bring to mind maps of Vindrian's well, and you quickly trace the Matani, the Iranev, and all the numerous waterways of the region. Higher than you imagined it, this is indeed the pinnacle of the spire at Vindrian's well. How did we get all the way up here? Ari strains to stand up, clutching her side. Nerat, help me! Somebody! The fifth eye staggers about in the high winds, looking in every direction. Is this some sort of illusion? Now the edict is gone, and I don't think we're dead. Lantry shrugs. We all could feel the edict passing. No doubt the soldiers below are sensing it too. The Archons as well. I claim this spire as my lawful court. So you do, though I fear that words carry more weight in Tunan's court than they do here. The fifth eye draws his sleeve across the nose of his mask in a childlike fashion. I'm sure the voices of Nerat will know your every thought when he devours your mind, but I'll be happy to deliver any parting words from the wicked, treacherous Fatebinder in the meantime. He glances around. assuming I can leave this elevated prison. If you're so eager to carry my words, you can carry them down to the armies below on your corpse. You wouldn't. The fifth eye holds his hands out in front of him. I have surrendered. I'm your captive. Would you kill the Overlord's precious servant in cold blood? Talantry, take a dictation, please. If you so require it. A quill appears in one hand, parchment in the other, and Lantry writes in a long, flowing hand your declaration of control. Once done, he hands you the parchment with a stern look. I'll spare you the comment about wishing my work made an impact. You wouldn't. The fifth eye holds his hands out in front of him. Tuck the note in his gauntlet. Push him off the edge. Ebb, gain average loyalty. Scarlet Chorus, gain average wrath. Goodbye. Walk the plank. The fifth eye's childish squeal becomes an outright shriek. The Horde will take you! We'll see each other again, Fatebinder, for I can be replaced! Do you hear me? I can be replaced! With some gentle encouragement from your right arm, the fifth eyes tumble over the edge. The infantile screams grow somehow louder as the figure falls downward, until half a minute later, the scream ends with sudden silence. This is tyranny! Achievement gained. Out of the corner of your eye, you spot the Vendrian guard captain bracing herself to stand, clutching her wounds and steadying her footwork against the high winds. I haven't forgotten you, Captain. Nor did I expect you to. She peers out over the ledge. Let's get this over with, shall we? I'm going to regret letting you live, aren't I? Probably. Ari cracks a smile, blood pooling at the corner of her mouth. I'll fight for the tears at the last of my dying breaths. But that seems just around the corner. She shakes her head, body slumping in defeat. Just tell Tunon it was all me. This whole thing was my doing. I tricked the others into this insurrection. Let mine be the only head that rolls. Ah, Wrath 5, with the Venturant card. Still alive? That can be solved. Yeah. Off the edge! Wounded and wary, Captain Tarkus Ari offers no resistance. With a single stroke, you put the battered warrior to rest. Goodbye, my friend. Ebb nods, slowly looking at Ari's corpse. So ends one of the finest patriots of Apex. She clears her throat and turns to you with a forced smile. I trust I'm next? I've lost loyalty with Ebb. Oh. No doubt on the very definition of an enemy of the Overlord. I didn't just resist. I led others into resistance. So I know what's about to happen. But I know when I've met my match, and like most folk, I'll do whatever it takes to live. If you show me mercy, I will pledge my life to you, good Fatebinder. The Tidecaster bows on one knee, lowering her gaze. I know I'm an oathbreaker, so my word isn't what it used to be. But I promise, if you spare me, I will serve you well. Yeah, serve me well and all can be forgiven. If you'll have my fealty, it is yours. Loyalty 1. I, Ebb of the Tidecasters, do hereby pledge my life and loyalty to Claire. She dips in a formal bow. I will serve and obey so long as you have need or want of my skills. Neat. We gained Ebb. But we don't really have a slot in our party at the moment. We could lose Barrack or Verse at any moment, though. Let's be honest, we could lose either of them in a moment. Vendrian's Well has fallen for the second time since the conquest began, but not in any way that Kairos' forces could have anticipated. You claimed Ascension Hall for yourself, startling your Scarlet Chorus allies and throwing the battle into disarray. While the Voices of Nerat is amused by your foolhardy stunt, that won't stop him from killing you over it. Though you stepped out from under the Overlord's shadow, you nevertheless satisfied the terms of the edict, removing the death sentence from everyone in the valley. No sooner had this peace settled than a new danger eclipsed it, a civil war between Kairos' forces. With the threat of execution no longer looming overhead, the Overlord's armies turned their attention away from the Citadel and toward each other. The tensions that flared over the long siege reached an explosive crescendo as the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus armies clashed iron and bronze in a hasty, disorganized battle. The voices of Nerat and his officers escaped to the Stone Sea, leaving their conscript army to carry on their fight against the disfavored. Before the conflict could claim further lives, Graven Ash and his disfavored legion broke camp and withdrew their fortress in the Blade Grave. Both armies turned their backs to the Spire, your new, unassailable seat of power. You can feel the Archon's boiling hatred from the pinnacle. As days pass, the wounded and injured were nursed to health. You explored your strange bastion and planned your next steps with careful deliberation. As word spreads that the Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored turned on each other, factions once resolved to bend the knee are inspired instead to continue fighting. The Archon's feud has heralded the collapse of Kairos' offensive. Tunon, the Archon of Justice, observes the chaos and discord spreading across the land. The Archon summons his Fatebinder to return to court at the Bastard City and report on her actions in Vindrian's Well. From the top of the spire, you can make out the distant features of Vindrian's Well in the mountains beyond. A few vague, twisted lines of purple and red show the retreat of Kairos' forces. Safe to say your Lord Tunon want to hear what's transpired? Noted. I should make haste to the Bastard City. The dizzying energy from the spire falters. Whatever force awoke the powers that reside here gutters and fades, though a faint hum persists in the sculpture at the center. The humming from the curious sculpture pulses and builds in volume, as if to draw your attention. I want to talk to you.
Salutations, Fatebinder. Or should I now call you Lady of Vendrian's Well? The Spire Queen? Princess of the suggestive vertical slab?
The suggestive vertical slab. Claire will suffice.
So if I might ask, what is your plan now? The edict no longer looms overhead, and Kairos' conquest of the Tiers seems to be slipping, what with the armies in civil war.
As said, Ebhart. First order of business, I should speak with Tunon.
I would counsel you to do just that. I'm sure the events of Vendrian's Well are best explained from your mouth to Tunon's ears. Furthermore, I'd guess the Archon of Justice would want to know your take on the Archons and their divide.
I'm improvising. Any suggestions?
My first suggestion would be to build a boat. Something durable, and take our chances on the high seas far from Kairos. I have a second and more practical suggestion. Look to the horizon and slightly up. By that I mean the other spires. We should see what's atop the others. Otherwise someone else might look first.
What do you know about the spires?
Not nearly enough, apparently. To me, they've always been axioms of navigation. You can triangulate a lot of things with the sextant and a clear view to a spire or two. We've long known the spires radiate strong magical fields, and all save the mountain spire connect to the old walls. So it's the sort of thing common folk know from afar, but avoid day to day.
The disfavored, the Scarlet Chorus, all of the Overlord's minions will fall.
Aren't you a feisty one? Where was this hate for Kairos' lackeys a few years ago? You seem so very eager to turn on your old allies. But I'm not one to criticize. I think it's wise to lean into the winds of change.
They both want me dead, so I want them both dead. I don't care about the rest of the minions, personally. I can get her to fear one. I will crush the remaining local opposition and complete the conquest.
I see. I'm sure there's little I can do to persuade you otherwise. Just consider that the people of the Tiers will someday bow to Kairos. Why not have them bow to you instead?
That's fair. So laugh for now.
Well, short of Tunon giving you orders on pain of death, you have the luxury of acting on your own volition. though the disfavored are likely to come for you.
Both of them are.
Whatever you decide, I'm at your disposal.
Your assistance will be most helpful. Thanks.
And I am thankful to not be a bloody pile of offal in Vendrian's well.
Hey, back to
Life
Tier
under
0,
your
Multi
banner
2.
will, I'm sure, prove most interesting.
Let us speak further.
What is it you need?
Discuss matters at
I'm
hand.
still amazed we survived the Edict of Execution. The Chorus may outnumber us, and the disfavored seem to grow more aggressive every passing span. But we've endured our Neep days. The struggle now turns in our favor.
Let's return to our travels. Ah, I've got a body to loot. Stalwart helm. Compared to my current helm, it's better armor overall, but worse accuracy, deflection, and recovery. It does have the vigor ability, which gives 20 max health. I'll probably just end up selling it. Let's see. Scarlet Chorus. Oh. We had the Merciless passive, but we've lost all favor with them. And almost Tier 2 Wrath. Disfavored? No favor. Almost Tier 3 Wrath. The Vendrian Guard? Max Wrath. Unnerving Presence and Drained Strength. I see. Verse likes me well enough, though I need a reputation change of major strength to unlock Tier 4. Graven Ash, Max Wrath. Voice of Nerat, Half Wrath. The Spire upgrades. Oh. Information about the current edict. Hey, we're in my color. The disfavored have those regions, and the Acquira boys over there. Then there's Kairos himself. Edict of Storms. In the year 430 TR, the Overlord proclaimed an edict over the realm of Stalwart. Those who, in pride and arrogance, stand against the peace and order of our empire shall be ground beneath the stones of their land. Let those who call themselves unbroken, who embrace the chaos of war in defiance of our order, be broken in the storms of our rage. Let our storm rage until the last blade be broken, or the line of regent falls. Edict of Fire. In the year 430 TR, Kairos the Overlord proclaimed an edict over the Vellum Citadel and the contested lands. It is our most solemn duty to protect the citizens of our empire from all dangers, including the danger of knowledge that is forbidden. Let those who, in their burning arrogance, hold tightly to this lore be consumed by our wrath. Therefore, let the fires of Taratus rise up and consume them, for as long as forbidden knowledge lies within the heart of the Vellum Citadel. And the Edict of Stone. In last year's Kairos' conquest, when the Archon Cairn rebelled against the Overlord's rule, an edict was proclaimed upon the realm of Azure. To preserve our peace, the promise of safety to our citizens, all Archons must submit to our will. Any Archon who refuses proper submission must be brought to justice. Therefore, let the foundations of Azure be shattered and life drained from the land, while the traitor Cairn draws breath. So that means Cairn is still alive, the edict is still in place. On closer inspection, a series of symbols carved around the base of the structure come into view. One symbol pulses with a blue-white glow. The pattern resembles the glowing lines of light seen on the floor of the Ascension Hall moments before you found yourself transported above the clouds. You stare at the symbol. The chill of the wind abates and your chest swells with warmth. The air finally feels welcoming, your lungs sated at last. I'd be careful going any closer. This whole tower is humming with energies that we don't understand. Lantry holds his quill poised above a sheet of parchment with anticipation. Now, I didn't say back away. Let's find out what it does. Just be cautious. You staked your claim on the tower and everything in it. Whatever that sculpture is, it belongs to you. I feel dizzy. Do you feel dizzy? Barrick massages the brow of his helmet, causing a howl of grinding iron to echo across this expanse. What is this thing? The surface of the stone edifice trembles at your words. For a brief moment, solid rock undulates, the same motion as a quiet pond rippled by the rain. An echo bounces back from afar, your voice distorted and unfamiliar. Is this thing... Your voice. For a moment there, it sounded like a song. The sculpture is once again still. There is a rush warmth through your body, a jolt of enervation that steadies your balance. A barrage of tactile sensation floods your mind as you feel footsteps and wind, but not on your face or your limbs. A moment later, the flood of information begins to make sense. You are feeling the wind against the spire, and even the weight of your own feet, as if the spire were a second spine. With this connection made, you feel your awareness pull from this place, not as a traveler, but as one glimpsing the world from impossibly far away. In this moment, there is nothing you cannot see, though you see it nearly all at once in a flood of sensation that is difficult to parse. You see a spire at the crossing of an ancient stone structure, two walls extending off into the distance. At the base of this eternal spire, settlers and merchants act in every way unconcerned, toiling under the observation of unforgiving taskmasters. As the shadow of the spire falls over them, the mood changes. The settlers pause in shared unease and look up at the sky, toward you. Some of the faces looking at you are familiar, and you recognize this place as Lathaean's Crossing, where you served during the war. Near this settlement, built at the joining of the ancient walls, you see a breach in the massive masonry, a cleft in the forbidden, hidden realm within the old walls. Drift closer to the spire. The spire feels similar to the one you now occupy, though instead of radiating arcane life, it reeks of dust and crumbling stone, a branch withering once pulled from its tree. It reaches for you with a barely perceptible tug. Drift into the old wall's entrance. Shadows envelop you, muting all sound and vision with slight delay. There is a feeling of perversion, of wrongness. Whatever arcane powers allowing your senses to drift free of your body seems to falter in this place. Figures haunt the stone halls, drifting emanations of cloud, claw, and fang. They pay you no heed, but you fear them all the same. In the depths of this forbidden place, the deepest chamber is bathed in light. An arcane symbol illuminates the floor, though the details hurt your eyes when you focus. With a gentle tug, your focus pulls back to a new horizon, though it takes you a moment to recognize it as Vindrian's well. You return to your awareness of your immediate surroundings. The effect leaves you unsteady on your feet. The link between you and the spire recedes. The arcane bond is still present, but the mystical energies, for the moment, are quiet. Your body flooded with excitement and fatigue. It's unclear whether the mystic connection is strengthening you or siphoning. The tower offers nothing by the way of answer, and you know that asking would only yield more silence and mystery. The deluge of sensation is over, but the positions of the other spires still linger in your mind. From your vantage point atop the mountain spire, you can easily spot the mysterious structures, each of them rising high above their distant surroundings. And the teleport is reactive. Did you sense that? Lantry signs a long sigil in the air, squinting as he works his cantrip. The ripples are everywhere. When you move, the magic of this place stirs and churns. That portal over there, there's burning braziers. They all grow more intense as you approach. I think it's responding to your presence. Before we get ahead of ourselves, it's worth remembering that you ended Kairos' edict. That's no small feat. Maybe your connection to this place is related. Either way, this sounds like something for the arcane-minded to investigate. New missive. Kid, it appears you've gotten yourself into a bit of trouble. But was it treachery or merely a misstep? In the heat of combat, gut intuition is not infallible, I'll give you that. Of course, most do understand there'll be little more than a warm splatter on the ground, should they decide to fight both foe and ally at once. Your saving grace is the Spire's awakening, which has floored even the Adjudicator. However, if you defy the Overlord again, the court will have no choice but to also openly denounce you. I would caution you to tread more carefully, should you truly wish to walk among the righteous and chosen. This path you now skirt is one of darkness and death. Will you keep closer to the light, or the shadows, as they say? Choose correctly, or I'll be compelled to kill you as I have slain countless detractors and Archons before. Understand? However, perhaps most luckily for you, as an acting agent of the court, you still have a chance for redemption. Your penchant for mayhem has brought discord on our conquest and ired our allies. Should you become caught by one of them, my guess is they'll have an interesting punishment awaiting you. Come to an agreement with Ash and Nerat, and we all would rest easier. Do hurry, if you'd like to live a little longer. Blood and Mark, Archon of Shadows and Courtblade. Blood and Mark is Kyrus's knife in the shadows, the unseen drop of poison that forces the Overlord's will. He reports the Tunon the Adjudicator, serving in his capacity as the final word to those who hold Kyrus's law in contempt. Few know the origin of the Archon of Shadows, or how Kyrus maintains a hold on him. Those who anger the Archon never live long past sunset. Something unusual about the ink on this missive. Hold the missive over candlelight. Kid, you've got guts, I'll give you that. Of course, there'll be little more than a warm splatter on your spire's floor if you defy the Overlord again, so openly. I would caution you to tread more carefully should you truly wish to walk this path of darkness. Keep closer to the shadows, as they say, or I'll be compelled to kill you as I have slain countless detractors and Archons before, understand? However, perhaps most luckily for you, your penchant for mayhem has caught my interest. Come to Ashweld if you'd like to live a little longer. Mark. Burn the missive. Gain average favor. Yeah, I'll burn the missive. The voice of Kairos. Travel to Tunon's court in Bastard City. Find a way to Lethaean's Crossing Spire. And meet Blood and Mark at Ashweld. The Archon of Shadows is apparently a fan of your work in Ventrian's Well, and wishes to help further your ascension in the tiers. He wants to speak with you at Ashweld. Blood and Mark is probably the Archon you feel has the best sense of humor. Fantastic. Alright, so Ashveld is to the south. Bastard City and Sunset Spire is there. 2 days. 1 day, 5 hours, 45 minutes. Go there, it's a day and 17 hours. So Ashfield's actually the furthest away. Well, we're going there first. Encounter in Vendrian's Well. You may get a few figures on the road well ahead of you. The glint of iron and bronze marks them as well armed and armored. 2 feature the broad shoulders of beastmen haulers and lead a heavily laden cart. As they near, you realize that the standard flown from the cart boasts the heraldry of Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice. They hail as you approach. You recognize the woman who leads the procession as a minor functionary in Tunon's service by the name of Alma. Her clothes bear the red, black, and gold of the court. She keeps her light brown hair in a carefully braided bun atop her head. I'll speak. Fatebinder Claire, she greets you with a bow. A child on the Archon service. The cart behind me is laden with supplies at a reasonable price. Is there anything I can provide you? Yeah, let's have a look. No, but I can sell things. Broken armor, broken falcons. A scroll? Topaz. Broken helmet. Shattered iron spalder. Nobleman's hat. This raw meat. Broken bow. Water. Fish. This bronze tower shield. Mead. This fruit. Venturing guard, heavy bronze greaves. Yeah, we have a fine version of it. We'll sell both of those. Heavy bronze helmet. A second iron greatsword. I'll hold on to that, potentially. Why don't you go ahead and get rid of these armors. This bronze dagger. Light bronze armor. Yep, I'll just trade all that and bid you adieu. Lines of color emerge from the shadows. What at first appears a vaguely human stain coalesces into focus. Blooden Mark, Archon of Shadow, emerges from his medium. Long strands of white hair crown his head, trailing down to his shoulder blades, where the white hair loses shape and definition, becoming shadowy mist. His red face paint and orange tattoos are the sole patches of warm color on his otherwise dark, ebony skin.
Blooden Mark. A little shorter than I always imagined.
Fatebinder, been a while since you saw me, but not since I saw you.
The Archon clears his throat, folding his arms across his chest, with his hands resting above the brandelier of knives girdled across his midsection.
Think before you speak next. I'd hate to have to kill you.
I got your message.
I saw what you did at Ascension Hall. You were right to take matters into your own hands. I can't believe the audacity of Ash and Narat, squabbling while an edict looms overhead, endangering all their vassals. You were right to treat such infantile antics with justice, raw and bloody. From where I stand, I would say you chose wisely. Why cater to the whims and agendas of questionable friends? Why whore your power for the approval of others? Allies are just enemies with great patience. Free yourself of such distractions and make your own way.
So what are you suggesting I do next?
If you really want your freedom from Tunon and the others, you'll need to become something the Archons cannot obliterate without breaking a sweat. There are a few relics around the tiers that, if they wound up in your hands, might give you a fighting chance. The Burning Library holds a very important treasure, the Silent Archive. There's much the sages do not know, but all that they know should be contained within the archive. Retrieve it, and in so doing, end the Edict of Fire.
You're telling me to go grab a book full of criminal teachings? Think I'll fall for that setup?
Can't fault you for being suspicious. You'll need that skill if you want to live. And yes, I'm telling you to go nab a relic filled with heretical lore. I didn't say brag to Tunon about it. And if I wanted to trick you into holding incriminating evidence, I can think of easier ways.
How does one break the Edict of Fire?
The Edict of Fire will burn so long as the Sage's forbidden lore remains within the library. To fulfill the edict, I suggest disposing of any sages still in the library and removing any books filled with teachings contrary to Kairos. This no doubt includes the Silent Archive.
I assume it's a book scroll of some sort.
I would guess as much. I have not seen it with my own eyes, only heard tell, whispered with reverence. For all I know, it's a singing stone or an arcane quill, but knowing the sages, a book is the best guess.
And don't think you're simply going to saunter into the library, walk up to the archive, and take it. If it were that easy, someone would have already done it. The sages love making things difficult. The archive is said to be hidden behind a barricade made from arcane energy. Only someone with knowledge of the passcode can get through it. I don't know about you, but I'm fresh out of spare passcodes. Unfortunately for you, sages can be as dumb as they are infuriating. They supposedly left parts of the passcode around the library. If you were to find all of them, you could use that to get past the barricade. Unfortunately for you, I have no clue where they are. So, I hope you like sifting through soot and burnt parchment, because you're about to get your fill. Why should I break the edict?
Why? Because Kairos worded the edict to be broken, and others will fear and respect you for being the one to make it happen.
And after that?
Assuming you don't get yourself charred to a crisp, meet me here again after, and we'll discuss what comes next.
Glare silently. The Archon dissolves into the shadows.
Uh-huh. So, the Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored are at each other's throats. Can't say I didn't see that coming, but the Archons might have waited until one war was over before they started another.
Do you think I made the right decision, Verse?
Claiming Vendrian's well and kicking everyone out? It took brass balls the size of the Gates of Judgment, but I don't fault you. If the siege was really that badly mismanaged, then I don't see that you had any other choice. It'll make you more enemies than friends in the long run, but friends are overrated.
I'm glad Verse understands.
Who can say? War is all about compromising your morals, deciding who lives and dies. What seems like a mistake turns into your greatest call down the road. I'll say this much, our time together is anything but dull. My blades are yours for as long as you'll have me.
Noted. I have questions for you.
What do you need?
To Barrack and Verse, have either of you noticed that you fight particularly well together?
The thought has crossed my mind from time to time. During the many battles of the Conquest, we found ourselves standing back to back with enemies on all sides on more than one occasion.
The big guy here is as useless as an empty scabbard without his phalanx to keep him alive, but I move fast enough to compensate for it. And it's nice having a living wall of rusted iron I can use for cover.
I want you two to train together.
Absolutely not. Our fighting styles are incompatible, and any disfavored lieutenant will tell you not to join at the hip soldiers who can't stomach each other.
I'm inclined to agree. If you want to pair up fighters, there has to be some great passion or magnetism between them. We don't have it.
If neither of you is up to the challenge, then I won't force the matter.
A valiant attempt, but I'm not as easily swayed by your courtly tongue.
Oh, insufficient rep.
Neither am I. At least, not in this context.
Why don't you give it a shot?
I think that because I don't want to covers it pretty well. Training alongside this self-important braggart is likely to sap whatever patience I have left.
I can see that you're out to serve the best interests of the war, but we are accustomed to handling ourselves as individuals rather than as a pair.
Alright, I won't force you to, but we will definitely discuss this again later.
At least in theory, I'm supposed to be observing history and not getting myself wrapped into it. All the same, this is the thrill of a lifetime. Rarely does one stand so close to monumental moments in the making. You've made a lot of enemies during the Battle of Vendrian's Well. If the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus stop fighting each other, one or both might get the notion to crush you underfoot. There is hardly any opposition to Kairos left in the tiers. Yet this civil war forestalls any formal close to this conquest. Can't imagine the Overlord is amused by these recent events.
The Archons can have the little squabble. With any luck, they'll destroy each other and do us all a favor. No doubt this is all part of Kairos' plan. A test to decide whether Graven Ash or the voices of Narat should rule. Good night, Lisa. The Civil War is an opportunity to bury both of the Archons. They've signed their own death warrants. I think the Overlord is waiting for someone strong to take charge. That will be me.
A very bold sentiment. But you are correct. The Overlord puts great stock in those with initiative and strength. Why else would Kairos keep around a henchman like the voices of Narat? Think of it this way. You took control of Vendrian's Well, angered the Archons, and Kairos hasn't killed you yet. Given how the Overlord works, I'd say your continued existence is an argument that you have Kairos' tacit approval.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you do next, consider that many eyes will be upon you, for you have both delivered and taken away the Overlord's edicts, and few will know how to make sense of the latter. You are an exception the Archons cannot afford to ignore. They will likely aim to control or destroy you.
Have you heard of edicts being broken before?
Most of Kairos' edicts were either worded to end in a manner of the Overlord's choosing, or the edicts have simply continued in perpetuity. That's not to say there haven't been stories of broken edicts. They're just uncommon. The oldest is, I think, Golbraith and the Edict of Sorrows, and that tale dates back to around the year 110. Aside from you, the most recent was the Edict of Twisting Grasses, back in 380. In all these stories, Kairos' edict very clearly gives its victim a single way to escape, and someone manages it. What's never happened is the pure abatement of an edict, like using a spell of warding or cancellation.
Noted. Now let's get going. Lisa, you need to go and get some sleep. Have a good night, you eepy little floret. And I like that you want me to call you a floret. Don't you still want to be an independent? Fatefinder, if you have a moment. Beric stands at attention, his rigid bearing making of him an unmoving statue. I know the two of us have clashed on several subjects since the Iron Marshal assigned me to your protection. I hope those disagreements do not weigh too heavily against the request I'm about to make you. Relax, Beric. Just tell me what's on your mind. Independent Floret is fine. That doesn't exist, Lisa. It doesn't exist. I hoped that perhaps the adjudicator would hear my case. What are you talking about? I've been encased in this. He wraps a gauntlet against the shards of corroded iron and bronze that sweeps across his chest. Shell since Kairos' Edict of Storms been a grave of old stalwart. It occurred in service to the Overlord, and I would ask that the Overlord free me of its burden. I will happily make your case to the Archon. Thank you, Fatefinder. I eagerly await the Archon's judgment. Burning library. The feral howls of a hunting pack of beastmen. The beastmen. Can we? Oh, we can't talk. Before you towers a massive creature of fur and flesh, her short and black snout sniffling in the air.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Stench of human called Fatebinder. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength.
The beast woman cocks her head to one side, eyes bright with curiosity and red as fresh blood. Those eyes rove your body up and down, darkening with a sudden heat, with the look that a predator bestows its prey.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fatebinder, for human who woke Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire. Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. Traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
Your markings. You must be from the Shadowhunter tribe.
Fatebinder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Human who smells of alpha and knows of Shadowhunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills and shadow.
Her eyes pain you with lust. The look of a wolf that's found a hare. I'm not looking for conflict. I merely want to continue on my way. The existing courtship by Tegan the doll. Nah. I know how Tegan talks. I haven't talked with Tegan myself, but I have read them posting on HGG lore. Independent florets don't count. There's florets that are allowed to think they're independent and act like it, but they're still florets. There's a monster fucker out there who's seen this person and wow. That's true. Yeah, I'm not looking for conflict.
Beast woman did not range so far, chasing scent and tracks of Fatebinder, only to step aside and watch human leave Beast woman behind.
You want to join me?
Nope. Will not move from way.
Then explain yourself. What is it you want?
Humans.
The beast woman's nostrils flare wide and her eyes brighten with amusement.
No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky. Makes ground tremble. Makes night cry, blood and fire.
What would a beast woman know of Tunon's Fatebinders?
Human is not first Fatebinder. Kills in shadow has hunted.
She chuffs, darkly amused.
Fatebinder pisses in Kairos' eye, but is not slain. Stole Horizon Rock called Spire. Spat at Archons, yet lives. Fatebinder is strong. Smells of mystic iron death. Is vast tougher than rest of Kairos' kith.
And? What is your point, beast woman?
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Kills in shadow, spits a gob of tawny mucus on the ground.
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirut, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Killed is migration of life. But kills in shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
Kills in shadow, I'm sorry, I don't read Omegaverse. I don't do the whole alpha, omega, beta bullshit. I don't read Omegaverse. If you want to join me, have to be as my beta, or you'd side with the enemy to survive. You know what? No, I'll go into her alpha, beta, omega shtick.
Kills in shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast woman will follow Fatebinder.
Act and he'll be fine.
Not dominate. Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
Fine, but keep your nose to yourself. The beast woman huffs and turns to address her pack.
Kills and Shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft is leader now.
The pack hesitates, causing Kills and Shadow to emit a low, menacing growl.
We're not like if Kills and Shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
Kills and Shadow and Ebb. Relegated back. I've received word that your former allies have rescinded your welcome among their camps. Accusations of treachery and sedition hound you. I receive daily demands that I hold you accountable with a public trial and execution. I have assured all that I would investigate these claims thoroughly. Be warned that we all inevitably answer for our choices. You are no exception. In the meantime, I understand that Bled and Mark has taken particular interest of you. I trust there is no need to illustrate the implications of his attention. Yeah. Oh hey, there's lots of things to loot. Iron heater shield. Azure bell. And some stuff. Let's go this way, just see if there's anything hidden. Nope, okay. Burning library. Corpses of sages are skewered on these spikes. Their skin has been blackened by the heat of magma belching from the nearby fissures.
What do we
Can't do
have
that.
here?
Sigil of reach and grasp. Learn it. We did have a scroll. I don't actually know what to do with that. Reaching grasp too. Your Honor, our client was being a silly little guy, a mischievous little gremlin. Your Honor, I petition to dismiss this case on account of my client just being a silly little goober. The soldier walking past catches a glimpse of you and immediately points her spear towards you. The censor will be very interested in your presence, Fatebinder. She is near the entrance of the library. Go, now. Very well. Cairn's Leaf. We don't recognize your authority here,
got
Fatebinder.
it.
Blood Chanter and a Beast Woman. The Censor. Stay weapons. This is Tunon's Fatebinder. The Censor makes a swift motion to his soldiers, then pauses to look you up and down. And what a complicated pleasure it is to find you in my camp. Now, what would the wild dog want in my library? She doesn't seem particularly happy you decided to turn your back on your allies and forge out on your own, making your own path through the tears. It wasn't enough to turn your back on your master and piss on everyone and put you where you were? Are you here to try to take this away too? The only reason I've instructed my soldiers to show restraint is because it's a sensitive operation ongoing in the ruins, one that I don't intend to disturb. The players in that little game have enough to keep themselves occupied. With that said, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you if proved necessary. So, why don't you tell me what you're doing here, and we'll see how this goes. I'm just passing through. Then pass on through and be gone. We're watching you, Fatebinder.
Can't do that.
Can you let me into the ruins? Bloodchanter glances nervously around at his comrades, wiping his sweat-filled brow. He backs away slowly before breaking into a run, careful not to alert his allies. You're quite the aggressor, aren't you? That might intimidate one of these weak-kneed shits, but I've been in the game far too long to be impressed. Let me give you another option. You can lay down your arms and surrender. She rolls her eyes, unperturbed by aggression. I don't have time for this nonsense. There's a time and place for bloodlust, and sadly, I've got an operation to oversee. We're under attack! Kill the Fatebinder. Throw yourselves at her if you must. Man.
I am taking you to hand.
Blood-soaked stone. First, help me with this.
Ready for another?
Restoring touch on yourself. And then, Beric, let's do some striking iron.
Consider it done.
I think we're good now. Let's just do a quick thrust there. And do a lunge there.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
I got it.
Into the ruins. Actually, there was a green portal off this way. Well, not green portal. A green little thingle-do. Passway from block magical field. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I can't.
Was I supposed to be able to access this some other way in my current predicament? Since I gained favor by just leaving and not saying anything? Those people are obsessed with me pissing on Kairos, the wolf lady, and now these guys. Not opposed to humiliating what's described as an unstoppable tyrant, but good grief. Come on. You don't just want to piss on the people in charge a little bit? This is what happens when masters of warding magics compare notes for centuries. Regular doors and boring locks fall out of fashion. I was hoping the Edict of Fire had done us a favor and burnt away all these barriers, but we're not so lucky. There's a sequence to lower the barriers, but as custom and paranoia dictate, the sages use different sequences every day. And I'm guessing whomever said this one is long gone, likely dead. We'll need to look for something that might help. Bled and Mark would want you to go to Tunon first. But this was right here next to him. I never encountered a barrier that didn't respond to fire or hard bludgeoning, but I'll take your word for it. A sage. Langtry stops, suddenly looks around, his eyes wide. I almost didn't recognize it. He points southeast down the hall. This is where we made parchment. Used to be dozens of hides stretched out on enormous drying racks, filthy piles of goat hair, vats of rendering fat. Quite a busy workshop we had going. And it also happened to smell like diseased pigs defecating and burning goats. That I don't miss. As you approach the bodies at the end of the hall, the sage makes a low squeal of fear and falls over, feigning death. Wow, I'm convinced. Both of these bodies are totally dead. Gain minor favor from Bledden. The sage sighs and looks up at you. I wasn't sure that would work. Well, I was absolutely sure it wouldn't. But how was I supposed to know you weren't another one of those gangs? They're everywhere. I've been hiding in the area ever since the edict tore this place apart. You can never be too careful. He stops, staring intently at you. You were Fatebinder. He coughs, blood flecking his lips. Wipes them clear with the back of his hand. I can't believe there's a Fatebinder in the Vellum Citadel. You're the one that declared the edict here. You know, it's because you warned us about what was to come that we were able to cast a spell to preserve the Citadel before the edict could destroy it. I don't know if anyone got to thank you for that. Kinda backfired on us, though. It didn't stop the edict. It just froze everything in place as it was being destroyed. Preservation is preservation, I suppose. He shrugs, winces, and coughs up more blood. Not that it's doing us any good with all the Scarlet Chorus in here. Did you see how many of those thugs ran in? When I saw them enter, I knew I couldn't stay in hiding any longer. I had to come in and prevent anyone else from getting in, so I activated the barrier by the door. That doesn't explain why you're dying. I came over here to destroy the piece of the passcode so no one could get through. He points at the shelf behind him. But this one must have followed me. He attacked me and told me he'd kill me if I didn't tell him how to get through. You can see how well that went for him. Please, Fatebinder, you have to protect the Citadel from the Scarlet Chorus. Don't let them destroy it. That piece of the passcode will get you through the first barrier. Find the rest to keep them from those monsters. They can't be allowed to unlock our secrets. Let me try to bind those wounds. That's okay. I know I'm not long for this world. Please, don't worry about a single sage when there is so much more to save. Just keep the Citadel safe. Please. He lets out a quiet moan that falls dead at your feet.
Why would it glow unless it wanted to be seen?
How fortuitous, Langtry exclaims, looking over your shoulder at the scrap of paper you pulled from the shelf. That truly is a part of the passcode needed to bypass the barrier protecting the Silent Archive. I haven't been this excited since I learned my first sigils. Truth is, in all my decades at the Vellum Citadel, I never once set foot anywhere near the archive. He starts thumbing through the shelf, opening books, flipping through the pages, and shaking them at the spine to loosen any loose scraps of parchment that might be hidden within.
I don't trust it.
Light bronze boots, ink stirring pole. Scrolls here are blank. Looks like they're stored here along with implements and ingredients to make ink.
Sorry, I can't.
Well, that area below us doesn't look as bad as up here.
Sorry, I can't.
Am I supposed to, like, jump down? Cross, perhaps? Why? Hey, book.
See? Every once in a great while, things are easier than I expect. Though I doubt any other barriers are going to be this easy to bypass. Keep that phrase. This is a good sign. If they had not secured the Silent Archive, they wouldn't have bothered to leave passcodes for any returning sages.
Sensor's right outside the door and no other way out of this fucking oven. Get your worthless asses moving before I tell the sensor myself. Traps detected.
Curious.
Waves of heat hit you as you lean over to look upon a lake of lava far below. Rubble pile. Sage. The sage backs away a few steps, putting up his hands as he does. He says through the bridle covering his mouth. I've asked a number of sages to keep their mouths shut. It's funny when you get what you want in a roundabout way. Remove the muzzle. The sage sighs and gingerly rubs his jaw. Thank you for taking that horrid thing off. At first I thought you might be a chorus member. They're nearby. I can hear them. I would leave, but they've blocked the exit, and I can't open the barrier without the right key. You're free to go. The way is clear. I can never thank you enough for what you've done for me. Take this. Maybe it'll help you. I was unable to finish my research, but maybe you can. I'll find a way out of here. Researchers added more with access to the Spire Library.
Just point me in the right direction. I'd say that's worth a second glance.
Let's see if I can't just, sneaky. I like how they just can't see over there. Sigil of Strength. Okay, that is not what we're here for. Okay, so they're guarding here. Might be something here. But this is an easier way around. What would be even easier is combating through here. It looks like we can't see that far. But we can potentially combat through here. Oh, that's a sage.
We should try that again.
Okay, we should free the sage.
They won't see me coming.
No. Gaptooth, there's someone out here. The sigh carries all the way out to you. Then tell them to get their asses in here. Get your asses in there. Gaptooth wants to talk to you. A rough-looking woman stands in the gap made by a broken wall, turning to address you as you approach. So the censor didn't trust 4 groups to get what she wanted and sent another one? She shakes her head. More groups. Talk about an excessive use of force. She throws her hand in the air. For Kairos' sake, it's still just a library. It's not going to get up and walk away. We have time to get the archive. I even know where a piece of the passcode is. Tell me more about this archive. What do you take me for? Your own personal sage? She holds up a hand and starts counting off facts like a checklist. It's in the library. It's rumored to be incredibly powerful. It's behind an impenetrable barrier. We need to find the passcode to get it. The censor is particularly itchy to get her hands on it. The problem is, she sent all of us in to get it, and only one group's allowed to claim they did. That means a lot of... She puts her hands to her throat and mimes strangling, making gagging noise. Such is the way of the chorus. My current problem is Numbly's group down below. They're guarding one of the passcode pieces, and they can be particularly stab-happy. I don't want to cross their path with Molten Pit nearby, so I'm trying to decide what to do. Address the sages. I warned you about Kairos' edict so you could escape before being destroyed. Help me kill this gang and you'll escape again. As the sages look with determination to each other and back to you, Gaptooth's eyes fill with fury and rage. You worthless inksuckers will burn along with the Fatebinder. Kill them all! Okay. Flurry of blows. And you quickly light that one on fire. And... striking iron. And a skewering. And let's just double stab that one. He's quickly being fed by other bits and things. Striking iron to that one. You blood-soaked stone
We
on
can
that
do
one.
this!
Combat started for
I'm not
Ranger.
here to make friends.
Oh yeah, we got healed. Thank you, sages. Got a scroll, a burnt missive. The contents of the missive are obscured by the page's burnt edges. But you can tell that Graven Ash was the intended recipient. And the sender makes a plea for assistance, as she doesn't believe her garrison in the Blade Grave has sufficient troops to hold their location. Loot that body. Broken wall. Oh, we can use the pole as a lever, or we can push the wall over. And that would allow us to go around, just bypass the group entirely. And we potentially could have, like, snuck around there.
Interesting.
Who in the group has the highest subterfuge? Is it me at 57? Nope, her at 60. Correct. Verse?
Just point me in the right direction.
Anything lootable in there? Yes, there is something lootable in there.
On it.
They're not all immediately hostile. Hey, you! Come here. I want to talk to you. And then get her! Can't let her get any further. Aw, dang it. Run
Send me
anyways.
your champion!
Their corpses might be lootable in there. It's true. However, I think the corpses are even more lootable here.
You got it.
Even if they don't help in attacking the enemy, they will help in healing me. And that is good enough for me. Reverse is right there in melee. I'm back here, not doing a whole heck of a lot, huh? Oh well.
I'll do it for the north.
There's also only 2 of them. And it looks like the sages are the ones fighting me. Can't believe the sages decided to get hostile.
Consider it done.
I'm not here to make friends.
This is embarrassing.
And we broke this fight up into a series of much smaller fights.
Landry, you clumsy shit bogus!
No reason to tarry.
Right. Can't do that.
And you're the last one left, my guy.
Another battle? I think
And we're done. Alright. Well, there is this little walkway here. So before we go down below, where we know there is a thing, we're gonna go this way and see what's off here. Oh.
See that?
Ember Glow Hood. Strange rock formation. The Sigil of Fire. The shelf is well separated from the surrounding area and looks quite perilous scale. Strange rocky protrusions can be seen along the top, likely magical in nature. That's it, okay. Very well. So there were 4 groups. Were y'all one group? Or was that 2 groups? I'm going to assume that that was one group. They might not have talked too much, but they were one group. Alright, Numbly's group. You didn't know that place with the fire statues? A large man stands with his back to you, gesticulating wildly at the beastmen around him. He points north, up the stairs at the wall with the shelved on the rise. Go get it, you mangy freak. It's not going to hurt you. That's a piece of the passcode, I just know it. The beastman is currently yelling at, vehemently shakes his head.
No! Shiny, crackly, light hurt beast. Will not touch. No.
That was a spell cast by that sage. He points at the body near the stairs, who is dead now, by the way. So there isn't going to be any more shiny, crackly light to hurt you. Just go get it. The rest of us need to stay here and keep anyone else from getting it to it. Go! Beastman shakes his head again. The man makes a noise of disgust.
You are worthless. All of you.
How did I get stuck with the monster brigade? Fetch, girl, fetch. Good girl. Oh, hey, you know what? That reminds me. Shout out to all my trans femmes in the audience. Hold on. I had a sound effect that I thought I was going to play. Hold on. Hold on, I have to make it again. 'Cause apparently it broke. This is extremely, extremely important. You don't even know how important. Just trust me. Where did I put it? Oh, well, I know a spot that it is. I know where I can acquire it from, at the very least. Oh, you know what? I can just do this. I can secrete myself in here, so then I can actually play what I wanted to from the get-go. So let me try it again. Shout out to all my trans femmes in the audience. That's it. Shout out to all of you. Now the man turns to you, his ill-fitting armor straining against... You didn't hear it? Well, good thing I didn't actually say what it was. Hold up. Let me try it again. Let me do it this way instead. If I hit this, then I can just toss it here. And then I'll be able to put it on my stream deck proper. And then maybe it'll work this time. 1, 2, buckle my heckin' shoe. It's here, 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 and... does it... Stream Deck, really? You don't support .ogg files? Well, that's a shame. Y'all just hear it this way. There. There, you heard it now. I'll watch the levels. I'll watch the level pop. The man turns to you, his ill-fitting armor straining against his chest. What are you doing here? His face takes on a sour look and he shakes his head. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the level click. So if you didn't personally hear it or notice it, then, I don't know.
Never mind. I don't really care.
I'm not gonna let you pass, no matter your reasons. This contest is in the bag. Somewhere you can hear Zoe squirming. Lay confirmed it was audible. This contest is in the bag. If anyone is going to get the Silent Archive first, it'll be me. And if you think I'm letting you anywhere near that piece of passcode, think again. Somebody already tried to take it from me and failed. There was a conspicuous cough from behind the man, who rolls his eyes and looks over his shoulder. Us. I'm the Fatebinder of Tunon. The only reason you have access to the library is because of me. He blinks as your words sink in, then he smiles slowly as recognition crosses his face. You are the Fatebinder who declared the Edict of Fire. It's because of you that I even have the position I do. The right of challenge was the best thing to ever happen to me. If you are part of the game, I will not play. I don't care what the censor does to me. Points north at the wall of the shelves. There's a piece of passcode up there. You might want to get it before someone else tries. Motions to be spent. Come on, we're out of here. One moment.
There we go.
Oh hey, no fight. I was wanting to help the Beastmen escape, but this is fine too. Crushed blood chanter remains. Got his spine. Got the blood chanter's spine and had a little bit of hiccups apparently. Plaque is so smudged and scratched you can't read most of it, but mentions a new binding technique, mastering the magic to preserve the scrolls.
Interesting.
And a hidden rock spot.
Don't know about you, but I feel like...
The first kings of Stalwart. This document chronicles the early days of the regent bloodline of Stalwart. Hidden among the lists of names and titles, you find the story of Queen Porcia, who stripped her infant child of any legal claim to the throne to stave off an assassination attempt. The event set a legal precedent that has lasted for centuries. You'd think someone might find that interesting.
Fighting someone!
Mind static torque with the sigil of lightning. Plus 10 to control lightning. That one is interesting. You don't have any accessories, my guy. Here, wield the spine and torque. If I'm not mistaken, torques are the upper arm bands, I think. I love those things. Those are so cool. We also got a Blood Chanter staff, which is inferior to the Staff of Atrophy. Fair enough. Damage 12 to 13 fire, base 13 to 14. Oh, he actually does less damage. Verse has a level up. More accuracy, or more ability or faster ability and spell cooldowns. Let's go with that one. And Barrack. Yeah, let's increase your attack, buddy. And then Barrack shall get Sound of War. And Verse shall pick up
The Eternal Flame, baby!
Sets foes on fire for much longer than Burning Iron. Or...
Gravedigger.
Yeah, so she can essentially do the combo move by herself.
He's now the Gravedigger. This Sunday. At the Greensboro Coliseum.
Sigil of Strength 2. Yeah, that's plus 30 to lore. It's only 10 more with Sigil of Strength 1. Get some extra accuracy with that. Or just increase its damage. Distant impact, channeled strength. Fulmination. This AoE. We can increase the range. Increase the intensity. Or we can increase the accuracy. Let's just increase the intensity. And we'll update it. We also straight up have the Sigil of Force to push and knock enemies to the ground. Affect distant targets or that target a cone. Go with distant targets. And we can leave it at its current intensity. We can increase the range. Yeah, if we can increase the range, everyone will be able to still use it. Concussive Bolt. No, it's not Concussive Bolt. El Kabong. Everyone can actually use it. Everyone has El Kabong.
Sunday, Sunday, someday.
I don't know Strong Bat's voice. Trap
See that?
detected. Trap disarmed. Then we can perhaps make the crossing. Research. Magic sigil. Jump across. Yeah, sure. We all magically jump across. Oh. Wisps and Scourge. They take less fire damage. They take extra frost damage. The Edict of Fire. Oh, it's affecting everyone. Giving additional fire magic and additional magic skills. Additional fire damage on hit and additional fire damage. Okay. I leveled up, so I can take a quick little thing. My quick little thing will be... more attack. Massive blow. Moderately increases critical hit damage. Deliver powerful blow to a target's head. Slice, leaving target bleeding. Places dodge with parry while defending against ranged attacks. Lightfoot, move faster in combat. Throw a poison dart at enemy. Long-lasting corrosive poison affliction. Bonus to lore. Adds the spell breach deflection to thrust attacks. Or charge your magic staff and unleash a powerful burst of energy. No. Mark enemy. Bandolier. Abundant arms. Let's mark the enemy. Start taking more leadership feats. And additionally, let's get some frost spells. Rhyme Spike. Increase strength. Oh, we can infuse the elements of frost and fire together. But no one can use it at its current level and tier. Okay, that's fair. Okay, the Wisp takes extra fire damage. Okay. So what we need... Rhyme Spike on that one. Fire Arrow on that one.
Count
Have
on
me
it.
rush in.
Come back here and...
La da da dee, la da doo da da, la da da da, la da dee da doo.
You got it.
Rhyme Spike it. Stop resisting! Ooh, alchemy supplies and some agate. Right here, and we get a scroll. Jump again. I do like that between encounters you get fully healed. If you're a little bit patient,
Stupid edict.
then you definitely get fully healed.
Found something.
The whole place. I used to know my way around. Feels so old.
Beast blood pollen and blood moss. Some more magical beings, but this looks like it was an entire different contingent. Actually, talk to Barrick real quick. Barrick stares you through narrow eye slits, saying nothing at all. The only evidence that he still lives in the steam is the steam of heavy exhalation that escaped the cracks of his helm. You okay in there, Barrick? He continues to stare, unmoving. Though you can't see his face, you get the impression that his mood has darkened even further. The stench that his armor exudes has intensified. I think he's boiling alive in a suit a little bit. Did you die under there, buddy? A loud sigh escapes the helmet, and Barrick shakes his head in tired bewilderment.
You betrayed Graven Ash, the Legion, and our northern countrymen. As far as I'm concerned, you are a traitor to this campaign.
Barrick leans in close, looking ready to throttle you. All of the powers behind this war fail to impress me. I'll carve out my own path.
It is not the job of archons or soldiers to pander to every legal clerk who strolls through camp. Tunon dispatched you to the tiers with a mission, and you failed.
I succeeded.
Let us be clear on one point. You have my blade, but my heart belongs to Ash and the North. I am a weapon bound to you only by duty. Nothing more.
I was supposed to trigger ages ago. Yeah, but I keep missing the different icon of dialogue.
You look as if you have something on your mind. By all means, what can I do for you?
Well, we should talk about your connection with Verse.
This is not a worthy topic for our time together, Fatebind.
Speak for yourself, you overstuffed mound of scrap metal. I've got nothing to hide from the binder here. Would you
Almost
rather I
2-4.
told the story?
Very well. Since you force my hand, I will relent. though know that it goes against my very being to tell of it.
Ah, Barrick, everything goes against your very being.
We are siblings.
Oh.
Half-siblings.
Oh.
Regrettable and repugnant as that fact might seem, it is true. Though the products of different nations and cultures, we have the distinction of sharing a father.
Ah.
I am disgusted by the thought that my father lay down with some low-born southern farmhand. But my horror does not spare me from the truth of it. So I accept the fact and try to move on.
I see.
You should take it as a compliment to our father's skills. My mother's a tough woman to please. I rather think I took after him, don't you?
How did you two even become aware of this? During the conquest, the Scarlet Chorus made sport of shooting down messenger birds on their way to the disfavored camp. Anything they could accomplish to hinder our efforts or embarrass us was fair game. My father sent a missive intended for my eyes alone. By incredible chance, Verse intercepted it and recognized the name and handwriting.
Oh.
She found me in camp that evening, and we discussed our unlikely situation. We've done everything in our power to keep the word quiet. Not many in the Legion know that I share blood with a Southerner, much less a chorus rat.
Don't worry, Barrick. When my old gang boss caught wind of our discovery, I killed her and took the gang for myself. Our secret's safe with me. It was, anyway.
Do you even like each other?
Not particularly. She is unstable at the best of times, and a hardened killer at the worst. I don't know what her family did to her, but she lacks any pretense of human decency.
It takes one to know one. Don't act like we're so different, Barrick. You're the most repressed and intolerant soldier I've ever met. You hide it under duty and pride, but it's still there.
How has this affected you, Barrick?
Well, Verse has a nasty habit of jabbering in my ear and making this war intolerable. I plan on parting ways and returning to the north at first convenience. My father will answer for his infidelity. Beyond that, I am happy to consider myself in every way unaffected. My superiors once accused me of having an impulsive streak, but I have worked to suppress it at every turn.
When you go back home, send Father my fondest greetings and thanks. If he hadn't gone to ground on my mother's dry dock, I might not be here today.
Gone to ground on my mother's dry dock? That is a phrase.
My heritage was a point of pride and distinction before I met you, Verse. Not that you would care.
Have you noticed any significant impact, Verse?
I've asked myself about that several times, but unfortunately I don't have what you'd call a definitive answer. The Northerners put a lot of meaning behind family and blood. Seems arbitrary to me, but I don't want to discredit it entirely. There have been times when I acted strangely on the battlefield and could find no reason why, or gotten distracted and had thoughts I couldn't explain. I suppose there's no telling for sure, but if I had to guess...
Dry dock to your vessel?
Yeah. Sometimes I get messed up in my head, and learning I had a brother has helped me understand that better.
I like that Verse has zero fear of me, 0%. Barrick's halfway to tier 3. Alright, well, farewell.
What are you trying to tell me? Use your words! I'm afraid not.
On it.
Look at that! Add a future corpse.
All right.
Let's have it then. That one!
And cleave through these two. Gravedigger. I don't even know if Gravedigger would really work on, you know, a wisp. But hey, you know, worth a shot.
Sorry, I can't.
I'm not entirely useless.
do your spells as you need.
Right.
Let's just attempt to skewer
Not a
that.
problem, boss.
I will aid you.
Get a little closer. And
See
lightning.
that? I'm not entirely useless.
Thrust. You're looking a little haggard there. Do a little healing.
That one rattled me hard.
Need a rest now, Zorbeltis? Good. Go get some sleep. And thank you for the watering, Azuki. Appreciate it.
Oh, someone stitch me up. Oh, someone stitch me up.
You are finished!
Right.
Alright, let's loot what we can. I see another symbol there. Alright, that is most of the pieces. One left. Find the last parchment piece, is what it said. Okay, so there's a whole bunch to explore that way, and a little bit to explore this way. Maybe you have to go down there once the edict is clear.
Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
Alright, a lot of auto walking. Bone Whittler. What if... Oh. So, here's some new blood come to feed the furnace. I doubt you'll last long. The man spreads a jagged-toothed grin and runs his tongue along the front of his teeth. He stares at you while he does. You've made it pretty far. How have you fared? I have high hopes of making it out with all my pieces intact. If the censor wanted this to be challenging, you should have sent people with more drive. He shrugs. With all the help of my mates and a few sages, we'll toast the competition into a fine ash and patter our faces with their defeat. And if we find the silent archive in the process, that'll be good too. Hey sages, any of you want this man to find the silent archive? Because I don't. Think a sage can get the drop on me, do you? He said his even expression. Won't happen. How can you be so sure? That's how. He turns eyes at the second sage, who immediately drops his gaze. Would you feel inclined to misbehave if you knew you'd be put down the moment you started acting rabid? He looks at you again. Our sages know their place. You help and you obey, or you die. Short-sighted fool! This is how you act tough? Disregard decades of learned study? Even the voices of Narat would be offended by this needless waste of such a valuable slave. Best of luck, then. Don't worry, I'll be seeing you soon. And I'll loot that body.
Interesting.
Rubble pile. Hello, Sage. It never ends, does it? The injured Oathbinder soldier laughs ruefully, causing her to cough. Oathbound soldier. Flecks of blood spew from her mouth and hit the cheek of the sage, currently binding her wounds. Sorry. Oh, the Oathbound are the disfavored. The sage wipes the blood from his face, makes a dismissive wave with his hand. He immediately returns to binding the Oathbound's wound.
What great company, huh?
The Oathbound smiles a little wince.
Helpful, handy, and doesn't talk too much.
Well, at all. I never did understand what those muzzles were all about, but I don't make hard decisions, do I? During the Vellum Citadel campaign, Siren used her power to enthrall sages who crept beyond their stronghold. When the mages started to spout off forbidden knowledge to the forces of Kairos, we got them silenced with iron muzzles. Yeah, that was me. She stares at you, all signs of levity gone from her expression.
What are you planning on doing?
We're both trapped here with those chorus members right on the other side of that rebel, and I'm certainly in no shape to fight. It would seem we're in quite a bind. You're right. A life spared won't turn the tide. You're not worth killing. Both of them visibly relax. The soldier slumps back against the shelves, and the sage returns to his work, binding her wounds.
Thank you. Finding mercy from anyone in here is the last thing I expected.
We aren't going anywhere right now, but as soon as I'm ready, I can get us out. The problem is the group over there. I'll let you know when the way is clear. Glowing book.
That looks like the final piece. I can't fucking believe it. I'm gonna see the Silent Archive. Oh, keep it together, Landry. Gonna give yourself a heart spasm.
With an embarrassed smile, Landry takes a swig from a vial of ink off his bandolier. The symbols on the page swim before your eyes, fading and reappearing as you watch. As you stare at them, they slowly resolve themselves into a series of sentences. First and foremost, for those who have the strength of will, the door to the north shall open. Secondly comes passion, burning the south like an unending fire, to provide vitality to the dedicated. Then from the west shall the one with true resolve come to explain the gravity of commitment to knowledge. Lastly, to the east, brace yourselves against those who would pull you down. Let your might be solid as stone.
Spill the Fatebinder's guts.
Oh, okay.
Send me your champion!
Cleave! Get a little closer in there. And electrocute them. And interrupt that one.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Stab. Stab.
I'm on it.
And another.
Who says
The old man leveled up again in combat. Let's do a quick interrupt. Oh, no, we need another point in here to unlock next tier. Let's do the Gifted Vigor.
teach an old dog a new trick?
At least she's just sticking in stance.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
Cyclical energies, too. Trap disarmed. Now let's go tell them that the group's out of the way. They're already gone. The way is safe. Thank you. As soon as I can, I'll get out of here. And around we go.
This is where we'd socialize. And by that, I mean we'd drink until we forgot geometry.
Drink until we forgot geometry. No, let's take this pathway down.
Powerful warding magic keeps this place intact. Who knows how long it will hold?
We can ignore the creatures for the moment. Read that poem again. Might help us with the barrier. North, south, west, east. And a watering. Thank you, Aqua. And a stretching. Thank you, thank you. Oh, cyclical energies too. Reduces the cooldown of spells. Ooh. An opal. Another. Oh, research shield plans. Another gem. Arcane scroll. Fiercely untouched by the destruction. Scrolls clearly undisturbed on the intact shelving. Okay, we're not going to ignore the creatures down there. Very much not going to ignore them.
As you command. Found something.
Come back here and die!
You real quick. Lob some fire at that.
I'll do it for the no. Are you afraid of death?
Yeah, you do that. I know Elkabong gets well.
If I had kids, they'd be feeling that one.
Stab that right quick. And then flurry of blows.
I got it.
Oh, you can attack that one, that's fine. Just deal with that then. Fulmination? No, stop. That's silly.
I'd
Take
have it
much
no
more
other
of
way.
it. As you command.
Oh, someone's.
Launch a fire
You
arrow
got
at it. 'Cause it's weak to the fire.
I got it.
There we go. Yeah, I didn't pick up the rhyming spell. Okay, this fight's over.
I got it.
Some broken armor. And a trap.
Have a look here.
Okay. All getting back up to full health. And whole thing's looted. It's a little bit of split. Have to see where everything goes. Oh. I see 5 bodies around it. I assume they're all sages. Well, I assumed it would be you who would emerge as the victor in this game. I must say I'm a little disappointed you were able to dispatch all of my men so readily. The fear of death is a great motivator, but causing death seems to motivate you a little more. I guess I'll have to show a more discerning eye in my recruiting. But your string of successes ends here. Your body will join with those of the sages on the altar. It's rather amusing if you think about it. They may have stopped the building from collapsing, but they couldn't stop the edict, or the Scarlet Chorus. All they did was sacrifice themselves for a scrap of parchment they are going to lose anyway. Interesting. Because I find your confidence amusing. I just eliminated your entire crew. Almost as amusing as yours, Fatebinder. Those fools are mere peons. You'll find I will not fall as readily as my underlings. One does not lead the Scarlet Chorus for long if one does not know how to watch for danger. And while I thank you for your help opening up the passage and finding the Silent Archive, you are no longer any use to me. It's time to end this. So be it.
On my command!
Come and face my iron! Pull yourself
As you
together!
command.
Second breath. Activate Warrior's Respite. Skewer the Scarlet Fury.
Damn thing couldn't pierce.
Iron Tall on that doofus. toss an arrow at that one. And cool strike that one.
On my command!
Bubble!
Bloodstoke
We ready for
stone.
this?
Oh, she managed to get that move off.
Someone staunch my bleeding.
Take that!
This is fine, we're fine. See, we're fine. Iron Brand, a staggering burn. Censor's grip. And miscellaneous other stuff.
On it.
Obsidian fragment. Ooh.
What
Secret.
have we here?
Chronicler's Eye. Only Lantry can equip this. Lantry! Plus 10 lore and plus 10 will defense. Lantry buddy. Yeah, instead of the spine, you get to hold the Chronicler's Eye. Also, plus 10 fire armor with the grip. Less deflection, less precision, but faster recovery. Plus fire armor. And on weapon crit, make them burn. Yeah, that's pretty good. Actually. So yeah, let's swap out your light leather gloves for that. This Ember Glow hood gives additional control fire. Not that you're really using fire spells. Not yet, I should build one. I should build one for him. Yeah, I want his recovery low, so he's going faster. You need to be casting spells all quick-like. Influential domain affects all targets within a circular area. Allure plus 90. Sheesh. Ooh, Staff of Hours. Acquire legendary artifact.
Ah, got it!
Got an achievement for legendary artifact, yeah. Alright, let's loot them bodies. Sage Torvin. Kairos' armies have been rebuffed for now, but it is only a temporary victory. I have no doubt that we may hold these walls a good deal longer, but you must remember that the Overlord aims not to butcher the Citadel's keepers, but to destroy its secrets. Kairos is not omnipotent. Her powers may be known and understood in time, and she rightly fears the knowledge we hoard here. I think this is the first time I've noticed a pronoun used for Kairos. Huh. This is definitely the first time I've noticed it. It may or may not be the first time it's been said, but I feel like it's the first time I've noticed. The Silent Archive must be protected. There is no library in the tiers that is equal. Nothing else matters. Nothing. We may not know the Overlord's plans, but with time and research, we can circumvent any of her designs. I need you to ensure that we will have that time when the moment is right. Focus your efforts on Sage Stea's theoretical forays into temporal magic. While we were right to deny such dangerous experimentation before, now is the time in which its risks are justified. Gather the Elder Sages and make your way to the lower chambers. You are to remain there until you devise a solution to Stea's problem of scale. Halting the flow of time in a single chamber won't be sufficient if Kairos drowns us all in a storm or hurtles this library into the firmament. We must find a way to encase all of the Citadel in such a spell, should disaster come. Your success isn't optional. This library will be a distant memory if Kairos has her way. Should you both survive, I will be happy to congratulate you on your breakthrough. Until then, get to work. Sage Latotes. We can't help you with the ringing in your ears just yet, so you'll have to make do until the conflict is over. Yes, Arwell was very explicit in his directives. I know this seems impossible, but that is the situation we face. Everyone that could interpret the Silent Archive died in last night's attack, so we're not getting any assistance in this matter. Thankfully, I do have an idea, one which requires everyone's participation. Scale is the issue. Stea's last experiments only affected as much as a small chamber. I believe we can amplify the spell's effects by repeating the motions of its sigils as a group, similar to the ritual magic used in primitive cultures that predated modern Tearsmen. Sage Dangling Participle believes that this will create an exponential growth in the spell's effects, but at an expected cost to stability. I'm inclined to agree. Also, we have no other ideas. No one else here has your expertise in magical foci. You've told me countless times how minor baubles can have profound leveling effect on spells that exceed the control of their casters. What if we use something as powerful as an artifact as the focus of the ritual? Without one, the energies involved will quickly become chaotic, and almost assuredly deadly for all of us. At least with an artifact, there's a chance that Stea's spell will encompass the entire Citadel and put it into a state of stasis. In my opinion, there's only one artifact to use, and that's the Silent Archive itself. It's clearly the most potent object in this room. Sage Dangling Participle believes that the Staff of Hours will suffice, but I'm not going to leave anything to chance. Better that we use the Silent Archive as our focus now, and figure out how to safely retrieve it later. Not if you agree after reading this. I really hope that blast can take your sight as well. A nimbus of magical energy surrounds the scroll, which levitates above the central platform. You see characters upon the parchment, but they seem to shift from one language to the next. Amazing. I had suspected there was more to the Silent Archive than a simple vault. Extraordinary. This scroll must represent thousands of scholarly works. The motion of the characters on the scroll surface slows as you approach, seemingly in response to your presence. What are you? As you utter the question, the scroll surface is suddenly wiped clear. After a moment, words begin to form on the page. Indeed, the Silent Archive is meant to be the final source of knowledge. Every text we have magically transcribed bubbles beneath its surface, waiting to be called forth. For Scribe Gaynor, Sage Archival Methodologies, Volume 8. Fate Binder, should this be true, the Silent Archive would be worth more than some of the old realms. The passage fades away, only to be replaced by another. The Silent Archive is a 100-year endeavor of the School of Quill and Ink. As one of its creators and guardians, I have ensured that its knowledge may only be accessed by sages of my order, and only those specifically charged with such a weighty responsibility. The Silent Archive is, thus, a glittering jewel that only a few may see. Should the artifact fall into outsider hands, I expect that less than 1 in 100 of its secrets will be revealed in the span of lifetime. For Sage Arwell, Legacy of the School of Quill and Ink, Volume 20. Examine the magical aura surrounding it. Waves of energy radiate out from the scroll, billowing up towards the ceiling and fanning out to encompass the cavernous chamber. It appears that the Silent Archive is an active participant in some sort of ongoing spell, one that is likely keeping the burning library standing. Removing the scroll would assuredly have disastrous effects upon the active spell. Analyze the spell. This must be the time stasis spell referenced in Sage Arwell's letter. Judging by the bodies arrayed around the Silent Archive, the mages appear to have been successful in their attempts to halt the destruction of Kairos' edict, though they did not survive the process. Deconstruct the focus. Sage Lalote's experiments with foci clearly paid off. The spell protecting the burning library is operating at a massive scale. Its chaotic energy is currently stabilized by the Silent Archive itself. Its underlying mechanism is familiar to you. It seems likely that any artifact of sufficient power could serve as the spell's focus. Should the need arise, you believe it could swap the Silent Archive for another item of power without disrupting the ongoing temporal magic. Swap it with an artifact. You should be able to grab the Silent Archive and replace it with something of roughly equal arcane might. Make sure whatever you swap isn't something you'll need later. Read the scroll. The parchment surface is impossible to read, ever shifting and convoluted. You see characters from Old Verdant, written over calligraphy of the Northern Empire, which transforms into words used by the nomadic tribes of ancient Desir, and then again into phrases of the common tongue of the Tears. It's as if every word ever written or uttered clashes upon the scroll. Hey, Molly! Thanks for the hydrate. Touch the scroll. You reach out to touch the scroll, but as soon as your hand passes the cloud encasing it, a violent tremor erupts in the hall. The shaking continues a few seconds, then vanishes. I would proceed cautiously, Fatebinder. Not even these ruins should remain standing after Kairos' edict. I suspect the sages used the Silent Archive in some way to stave off destruction. The Staff of Hours. 50% graze, deflection, and hit. Oh, it gains renown. An artifact ability slowing the sands. Oh. What I'm gonna do is, drop a save. And then I'm gonna yoink it. Are you so eager to bring the library down our heads that you pull out the only linchpin? So be it. Yoink!
There's no chance of you putting that back, is there?
Destroy the burning library. Achievement! Yay! Are we automatically running all the way out? I might reload. There's some more exploring I wanted to do. So we could leave, break the edict, and then return. If I had known all the running involved, we should have just accepted the flames. Speaking of which, shouldn't the edict be resolved? The air surrounding you begins to thin, and the smell of embers begins to diminish, while the clouds of smoke slowly revealing the sky beyond them. You feel a powerful pulse of warm energy burst from the Silent Archive. Sound disappears into a deafening silence. Your vision blurs, and you are overcome by a dizziness that nearly knocks you off your feet. Then, as quickly as it hits you, the feeling passes. The air around you begins to settle, and the particles of fire and ash that moments ago stung your eyes dissipate with a chilly gust. With the Silent Archive removed from the burning library, the Edict of Fire is extinguished, and its warmth feels pulled into your very chest. A sensation similar to the weightlessness when the Edict of Execution broke at Ascension Hall. So much knowledge turned to smoke and ash. Ending the Edict can't undo the damage, but perhaps now this place can be rebuilt? I hope future scholars can unearth whatever remaining books and scrolls are still buried within. I do love watching someone's hard work unravel like an old sweater. If you ever meet Kairos, ask how long it took to draft the Edict of Fire. The sages had better shape up and share their knowledge this time, Hoarding it got them here, and I hate to think that history might repeat itself. The shape of intensity of the fires leap in your mind. The details of the mighty incantation, the wording, the magical logic of the flames, all are seared in your mind with perfect recall. The Edict of Fire is now a part of you. Like I said, I'm gonna reload. There was one more spot to explore. And perhaps we should swap out.
Hi.
And then we could, like, after the edict is closed, then maybe we can grab the scroll and get out of there? That's my thought process anyway. Yeah, this is where we left to go out in the first place, I think. This was the green shield. It is. Okay. Alright, we still have the save. So, if we can't come back in and take the staff back out, which I don't see why we wouldn't be able to, then we can just reload and repeat what we just did. Because I want to keep the staff. Alright, let's swap it with the staff powers. You delicately remove the silent archive from the central pedestal, careful to replace it with another artifact in the span of a few seconds. The lines of energy flowing through the platform's center warble and distort disconcertingly for a moment, accompanied by faint tremors that unsettle the molten liquid below. After a few seconds of uncertainty, the spell's magic refocuses upon the newly placed object, its lines of energy once again resuming their stable flow upward and out to the rest of the burning library. The swap appears to have worked, and you have earned yourself the silent archive for your trouble. All that remains is take the artifact outside. Once the silent archive has crossed a threshold leading to the exterior, it is likely you will fulfill Kairos' mandate to remove all forbidden knowledge from the Vellum Citadel. So it's stable and safe for now, so we can leave, end the edict, and walk back in? And then grab the staff back? Yeah? I so hope. The library stands, and yet we satisfy the terms of Kairos' edict. Seems like a contradiction, but I am not one to question the Overlord's magic. Whatever happens next, your guess is as good as mine. The air surrounding you begins to thin, and the smell of embers begins to diminish. The clouds of smoke slowly, revealing the sky beyond them. You feel a powerful pulse of warm energy burst from the silent archive. Sound disappears into a deafening silence, your vision blurs, and you are overcome by a dizziness that nearly knocks you off your feet. Then, as quickly as it hits you, the feeling passes. The air around you begins to settle. Particles of fire and ash that moments ago stung your eyes dissipate with a chilly gust. With the silent archive removed from the burning library, the Edict of Fire is extinguished, and its warmth feels pulled into your very chest. A sensation similar to the weightlessness when the Edict of Execution broke at Ascension Hall. I'm not going to reread that again, because we read it last time. As the Edict fills you with power, you feel the inferno inside the burning library begin to wane. Temperatures start to cool, lakes of lava recede, and eternally burning fires flicker and fade. It may take time for the burning library is referred to as the Vellum Citadel again, but ending the edict will allow access to the knowledge thought to be lost forever. Alright, well, there is a floor that should be explorable now. Methinks? Because there was a lake of fire there? Oh, nope, it's still there. Oh, actually, it isn't. Read the missives from the voices in her hat. Dearest Fatebinder, champions of Tunan's gavel, slayer of choirmen, we hope you recognize that we bear you no ill will. Who understands treachery if not the Archon of Secrets? We've always held the very highest esteem for the work of other specialists in the arts duplicitous. Make no mistake, dear Fatebinder. After your little performance at Vendrian's Well, and with such a flair for theatrical illumination, you have ascended in our estimate. We trust you'll understand that when we peel the flesh from your bones and squeeze the bile from your quivering innards, it's strictly out of artistic integrity and the courtesy owed a fellow professional. Nothing personal at all. But enough about our friendly rivalry. Do you enjoy the company of our little spy? Her dance never fails to inspire in us the most pleasant quivers. We have a gift for her, delivered through you, due to the girl's questionable faculty with letters. We've learned from one of our birds that a mercenary in Haven has been absolutely gloating about slaying her sisters. His boasts even secured him work defending some crossing merchant. Show her the sigils on the reverse. She'll know what they mean. Voice of Nerat. The opposite page contains several rough, ink-scratched symbols that look like nothing more than child's pictographs of their favorite animals. Send your thanks. Receiving your missive was an unexpected pleasure. I shall see to it that verse is informed. Doubtless this will end in blood.
It is rare enough that anyone has the opportunity to proclaim an edict, much less break one. How are you holding up, Fatebinder?
A toy with powers greater than my understanding, and yet I don't stop.
At least you are aware of your recklessness. I would be more concerned if the case was otherwise. Take care that you don't exhaust yourself and become worthless to the war effort.
Beric looks you up and down with appraisal, keeping any conclusions to himself.
What can I do for you?
You seem like a more than capable fighter. I trained with the spear and shield in my youth, but I gave it up the day I earned disfavored iron. I can still throw with some accuracy, but it's challenging these days. Why? Were you interested in a sparring session? I heard rumor that Ash has an unbeatable sword-fighting technique. You flatter the Legion's reputation, but the Archon does make sure we are competent swordsmen. Observe. Beric takes up a sword and offers several practice jabs, testing its weight and balance. Before you know what to expect, the gleaming iron whips through the air fast enough for a sharp breeze to disturb the air. Beric does this several more times, never showing any sign of exhaustion. What are your thoughts on me and my deeds? The disfavored loathe you. Each day I spend with you no doubt harms my standing in the Legion. I am bound to not kill you while you sleep, but know that I could likely win the Legion's favor with such a move. Any reservations I have aside, your military record speaks for itself. You are Tunan's Fatebinder, and my opinions on the matter don't come into it one way or another. Hey, verse. Can you shoot the Havoc from distance?
No dice. No dice.
No, are you not allowed to shoot that far away? R of weakness. Yeah, and it has a little bit of weakness to everything. Scourge. Okay, well. I guess we have to go all the way around. Which is honestly a little bit annoying.
I don't think so.
Yes.
Alright, let's walk back around outside.
Sorry, I can't.
Back over there. Hey, it's Kairos' Day of Swords now. Do you have enough stance? You don't have any stances? Okay. Bane, deal large amounts of arcane damage. Also, you have some top.
That's twice now. By Kyrus's icy nevers, twice! Edicts have been broken before, but never in all my many years have I heard of one person doing it twice.
Anybody can do it. Just think about the wording of the edict and you'll find Kairos has left options.
That's like saying winning a war is as simple as raising a giant army and making all the right maneuvers. Knowing what must be done and actually doing it, well, that's the dividing line between being a legend and being forgotten.
Couldn't help but notice the bird from Cacophony.
I received a missive from the Archon of Secrets. Toying with us, with you in particular.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he does. Surprised you hadn't noticed.
Almost tier 4 still.
But seriously, what's the boss want from us now?
Want to read it?
Maybe summarize it for me?
You can't read?
It's never struck me as being the most useful fucking skill. Wanna make something of it?
I could teach you.
Hey, it's not that I... Maybe after we're done opening people up, assuming we both survive.
Alright. He says someone's been bragging about your sisters.
Wait, what? He found one of the shits who killed my Furies? Let's pack up and go.
Something else. Strange symbols on the back.
There's a lot to love about spycraft. The trickery, the blade work, keeping your senses awake, balancing on the edge between confusion and discovery. Memorizing the Archon's childish pictographs is not my favorite part.
She examines the parchment, frowning.
Malfora. She's one of Harshion's people. Bit boring, but gossipy in the way that pays. We should be able to find her along the road to Lethian's Crossing.
If you can read Narat's notations, I bet you take to writing rather quickly.
Look, Fatebinder. If I need a reminder that I'm ignorant, I'll ask. The voices gave us the passphrases that will get Malfora to open up to us. When we find her, let me do the talking and everything should run smooth as sea glass. This will feel good, Binder. Wildly, incredibly, stupidly good.
That doesn't seem sus.
Are you asking me if I trust the voices of Narat, Archon of Secrets, Spy Master, Arcane Pillar of Green Smoke and Flame, Immortal Magician, Eater of Minds, and Connoisseur of Perversions? Of course not. But if it's some convoluted trap, I'll have your back and you'll have mine, right?
You know what? Fair enough. Let's go.
Lead the way.
Honestly, that's sound logic. I approve then. Okay, I don't think those are like little fast movement points or anything, sadly.
Send them at me in waves!
think my spacebar just actuated a second time. Scourge near death? Okay, just
Count on it.
Afraid of death. You can rest when you're dead.
Consider it done.
A new dent.
What would be easier is you not getting hurt in the first place.
You got it.
Divine Spike
I'll take care of it. Consider it done.
Heal the tank a little bit. That'll probably help. He's a little bit paralyzed, I see. Oh, he's almost down.
No, wait. It's blood. I'll take care of it.
Are you afraid of death? Let's be off. No can do.
Did I
No,
always have?
sorry.
This much blood.
Feel my...
Oof. This isn't exactly going great now.
Catch me up.
Good work! Right.
I require needle and thread.
I better not wake up dead.
Oof, this thing hits a lot harder. Has a lot more health than I was expecting. And it just healed. I just watched it go up to injured. Drain strength. Yeah, do that, do that.
I require needle and thread. Lift my feet.
quick items, we have whetstone here. And I haven't put quick items into like anyone else.
Require needle and thread.
Dance phase, weakened.
I got it.
Ow. Hmm. Certainly has some health left. Not enough. Alright. We'll try that one again. I think the ramp was really messing us up to start with. Because things just weren't working out well.
Right.
Because every time I like moved, there's like, no, the ramp is not as wide as you think it is. We can't walk around each other. Don't be crazy. Also, Verse has more to talk about. You've carved out a real knack for yourself by breaking the Overlord's edicts left and right. Whatever Tunon is paying you for your services, I'd say you're due for a raise. How does it feel? Not only having given voice to the Overlord's will, but you're breaking Kyrus's magic left and right. I'm exposing myself to powers I don't understand. War is about taking risks, and you putting yourself out there more than anyone. I can't help but respect that. I'm here if you need me, but I don't have mind for arcane wisdom. I'll do whatever I can to get our little gang through this war. If it ever looks like your strength is flagging, I'll put you out of your misery and take control. Cheer up.
What do you need?
Lava are dangerously close to the floor's edge, mere inches away from spilling over and consuming the ground at your feet.
I'll take care of it.
Look at that! Future corpse.
Okay, we've disengaged the big one.
I'll admit that.
Come and feast my iron!
I got it.
Yeah, getting rid of the ads separately. That's good at least.
Know my own strength. I better not wake up dead.
Oh no, she went down.
Consider it done.
I was hoping to revive her without wounds. No, we'll stand here. Get a heal on.
I got it.
I think we could take out the Havoc.
As you command.
Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Actually, no, you shoot a fire arrow.
Trouble is afoot.
Come and face my iron!
Oh, he's paralyzed. Cast Elf Bomb. I don't think he can when he's paralyzed. Shame.
You got it.
Give me that strength. Do a bit of that fulmination. And I guess that stop resisting.
Apologies, but I can't do that.
Oh, neat.
Sorry, I can't. Will do.
Is it not in combat anymore? I can...
Apologies, but I can't.
Let's have it then. I'll do it for the North.
Pity! You won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Damn my eyes!
Come on, it's near death.
Sorry, I can't.
Get away from it before it like explodes or something. I don't know. The Seeker. The dagger. And a diamond. Arcane scroll. Sigil of material force. A banner of Ardent. Ardent Ward. Ah, passive AoE. Reduce damage taken. When activated, the wearer of the Banner of Ardent is granted a damage absorption shield, and any enemy who attacks them is paralyzed. These effects scale with the Banner of Ardent's renown. This fraction of the Banner of Peace was worn by the first Speaker of Ardent, a diplomat of the former Free Cities. The completed assemblage once represented unity in trade and war. The government of Ardent was wise in the way of contract and treaty negotiation, and ceremonial gestures like these were the currency of the realm. In spite of its magnanimous posturing, Ardent was a place of steep taxes and regulation, and mutually beneficial trade agreements were seldom available or even possible by design. The very thing that made Ardent strong also made it isolated and vulnerable. Having alienated its neighbors through a series of self-serving commerce deals, no one answered the call for aid when the forces of Kairos amassed to Ardent's borders. The city was taken with little more than a formal missive and terms of peace. Though the Banner of Ardent is a historical example of conflict resolution achieved prior to the coming of Kairos, it is also frayed on the edges, evidence being ripped from a larger, more unified mass, which is a more appropriate symbol for the city's legacy. I'll take that. Hammer of Sunder. Okay. Now we get out of here. I say get out of here. I don't actually want to. I need to turn around and go check out now if I can grab the staff back. Now that we've gotten all the useful things back out of here. Because like everything else is still full of lava and doing the burn thing. So let's grab that staff and make that the last thing we do today, eh? Double check down here, and yep, nothing's different down here. You want to talk to me, buddy?
You look as if you have something on your mind. By all means, what can I do for you?
Let's discuss some immediate concerns. Very well. Okay, the symbol looked like he actually had something to say. Which I think he does. But he's just not saying it. Oh, you know what? I can't grab this staff. You know what? That's okay. That's fine. I don't really know how powerful the staff would have been for me. And so, you know, it's best that I don't know what I'm missing out on. So I won't be compelled to do anything about it. Battle-worn torque. +1 to vitality. Cleansing charm. Immunity to poisoned.
This'll be fun.
Reputation ability unlocked. Yep, you get that piece. Alright, the Seeker. Yeah, slower recovery, but it's better in every other way. One-handed and thrown. Gut Seeker does piercing. This does piercing. So let's replace Gut Seeker with it. It does the same amount of damage though, but it's of superior quality. Alright, this hammer. If we replace the Tenderizer with it, we get more DPS, more accuracy, more range, less penetration, and less recovery. Instead of the praying ability, it gives oppressing. And devastating, well, pushes them on crits. Oh, requires 2 hands. So it's a 2-handed weapon, huh? How does it stack up against my Iron Greatsword? Better in everything except armor penetration. That's fine. That's fine. Go to the Great Spear. He gets the Iron Greatsword in his offhand. That's good with me. Staff of Boreal Frost is basically the same as Staff of Atrophy. Stat-wise, at least. And Dusty Missive. Anything else? Readable Scroll, Research Potion Recipe, Magic Sigil, Obsidian Fragment, Shield Plans. Okay. And that wraps up Tyranny for today. We broke another edict, so that's cool. Yeah. And now it's our Wednesday hangout session. Where we go chill with Sawin while he apparently plays some Final Fantasy 16. And I go get me some sleep. So, thank you all for giving me your time today. I'm sorry if not reading chat as much when y'all were speaking. I was reading it. I just wasn't verbalizing my reading because y'all were having conversations amongst yourselves. And I had a lot of reading to do already in this game. Jeez. But really, thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. I always appreciate it. And I don't know how to make sure y'all know that. Please, take care of yourselves. Make sure y'all get plenty of water. Eat some food if you need it. And I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Happy and healthy. Okay? Okay.